Hileka,
Hello, Chair.
did you get hold of everyone?
Yes, Chair. Mambata and Honorable Mudise will join shortly. But we have we have 6 members at the moment that have joined the meeting.
But if we start, are we not going to inconvenience them because the meeting was supposed to start at first?
No, they said they will join, Chair.
Did they give you a go-ahead that will proceed or not?
No, they didn't say the meeting should go ahead. I can check that, Chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Then you'll tell us, so 20 past, we are likely to start. good day. Good day, Honorable Bryant.
Good day, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I struggled to mute.
Then Honorable Paulson, good afternoon. We're enjoying your music. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Seeing you. Just to see you are so far.
Good evening.
Honorable Bryant, good evening. September Kazawona.
Shy.
Yes, you know why. And then
Good evening, Chairperson.
it's like your bandwidth, Honorable Bryant, is problematic tonight. We'll see as we progress. And then Honorable Phillips, good evening, dear colleague.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you tonight?
I'm cool, thanks, and you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I should think then we need to start to welcome all the colleagues from the various NGOs that are here. I'm checking my guest lists as I'm always given it. Then the agenda, colleagues, is being screened there. Let me deal, as and when we are busy screening the agenda, let me first deal with a So the apologies are as follows. We have the apology from Protect the West Coast. It's an NGO. We had invited them to come. They've sent an apology. Then we've got Honorable Singh. We've got the Minister. Also the apology of Honorable Deputy Minister and the apology of the DG. Of the DG. Mr. Paulo De Lefabo, can you mute your microphone?
Marshall.
Can you mute your microphone, please? Okay. Then, in terms of the delegations, Ms. Vanessa Benderman, she's still the DG Regulatory Compliance and Sector Monitoring. She's here and she's leading the delegation. Then we've got Mr. Peter Lucky, is the acting DG Climate Change. Then we have Mr. Kleuru Maros, the Chief Director, Policy Advisor. And then we have got Mr. Jongi Kayawiti, Chief Director, Climate Change Monitoring and Evaluation. Then we have Mr. Vumen Sinene, Director, Air Quality Management. Linda Galip, Miss, she's the Chief Director, Legal Reform. Mr. Sibusiso Koves, Director, Law Reform. Mr. Ryan Peter, Acting Director, Integrated Coastal Management. Ms. Zuleja Maestri is the Director in the Office of the Director General. And we have our PLO, Mr. Mguni, including Zunele Nana and Mr. Nicholas. Is from support from the Office of the Minister, including Wuyisa Usi. Then I'd like to also welcome our colleagues from the two NGOs. From Groundwork, we have Mr. M. Chamane, Mr. Vim Kize, Mr. T. Kanile, Mr. R. Europido, and Mr. Bikrik. And then from the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, we have Mr. Desmond Disa. If I'm not right, it's okay, you'll correct me. Mr. Kwanele Msizazwe, Ms. Sunel Hek, and Mr. Paulo De Fabro, including the last one, I think it's Mr. Wongani Mtembu. So this is the delegation list that we are having. Having said that, members, the agenda is at the stand. We're going to do the opening remarks, then deal with apologies that I've dealt with, then adoption of the agenda. And then we'll have the briefing by groundwork. Then we'll have questions and discussions. Then briefing by South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, question and discussion. And then, because tonight is our last meeting for this term, we'll then have to deal with the minutes as a committee. We are likely to adjourn at around 9, but there's nothing that bars us from adjourning early. I still think then, let me welcome the colleagues from the 2 NGOs, that is the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, also the groundwork NGOs. Then we thank you for having made time to come here. Initially, this meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, but because tomorrow there's a 3-line whip in Parliament, we had then to make efforts to get a approval to then meet with some of you yesterday and you are remaining tonight. And we want to appreciate you to accepting the change of the program, because as a committee, we felt this is something that we cannot postpone to the next year, understanding the integral part that you play in our work. And then we are also aware of the fact that you have a critical key role in helping us to tackle the environmental issues in our country. You also have a role in helping us to plug the gaps by conducting research to facilitate policy development, building institutional capacity, and facilitating independent dialogue with civil society. That will also help us to then help people live more sustainable lifestyle. So that's why we feel you are a very integral part of the work that we do. Hence, we felt we had to engage with you before the end of the year. Maybe whatever we discuss with you tonight will also enhance our constituency work that we are going to do in the next week. So it is with regard to this that we look forward to interacting with you even more in the next year, because we will be processing the climate change bill early next year. So we are looking forward to a fruitful engagement with you. Feel free. I would like to welcome you. And having said that, can I get a mover for this agenda from the colleagues?
Chairperson, I move for adoption.
You have moved, dear colleague, Honorable Bright and Honorable Mata.
I second, Chair.
Having said that, can we plead with you, Chilega, to remove your agenda on the screen so that groundwork can then start to flag their presentation and present to us. For us to minimize disruptions, dear colleagues, can we keep our microphones muted unless if we are recognized by the chairperson to speak or we are presenting? And then if you want to raise issues, I'm saying it for our guests so that we don't have a situation wherein microphones and phones keep on ringing. It's counterproductive. And I believe everyone who's here, we have been doing this for almost a year now, over a year. the new normal. So then we can be orderly in so doing that, then we don't hear some lousy backgrounds or interference. So we make sure we keep our microphones and videos on mute until we are recognized by the chairperson to speak. The other issue, where possible, normally this proceeding of us are live streamed also in parliament platforms. I will urge all of our visitors in particular to, as and when recognized to speak by the chair, if you can put your video so that whatever you say can be identified to your face. That makes matters easy. At some point, I also plead with colleagues to do the same, but there are times wherein the bandwidth is problematic. But with the colleagues, it's not a problem because parliament platforms always have your pictures. They can always show you a picture. So that's how I want us to progress. Having said that, can I allow the first presenter then to fly the presentation so that we proceed with the business of the day? Thank you so much. Over to you, Groundwork. Thank you, colleague. You will introduce the team who's the leader. They will have acknowledged you, and then you proceed with the presentation. Let's stick to the times as provided in the agenda. I must say, this is the compromise and the sacrifice and the commitment of the colleagues for them to work after hours. So we need, where possible, shorten our discussion so that these colleagues can still go and rest. Tomorrow is a long day, it's a full day where the plenary is sitting. So the difficulty is just that some of the presentation was sent late. Normally what we do when we get the presentation, we are able to read them in advance, but those that we got, as and when we are attending plenary, we managed to go through them. Can we then proceed in that order, Groundwork, so that we continue with the business of the day? Over to you, Groundwork.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given us. And I would like to recognize everybody in the House, especially the Chair, as well as all the honorable members in the House today. And we are very grateful to get this opportunity to present the issue of hazardous waste that we are battling in this country. We are very thrilled to get this opportunity. So Groundwork is an NGO, environmental justice NGO based in KZN. We've got 3 offices, Pietermaritzburg, Durban, as well as Witbank, and Gauteng is going to be having one soon in 2022, hopefully. And we campaign in different areas, air quality, climate change, healthcare waste, environmental health waste, and so on. And we work with communities that are impacted by environmental injustices. That is why we're going to hear from colleagues from communities. It's not going to be mainly us NGOs speaking, but it's going to be community people who are directly impacted by the toxic or hazardous waste in South Africa. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's who Groundwork is. And Asipile, can I get a second slide? That's who Groundwork is. And we normally use toxic and hazardous waste interchangeable. So that's how we framed it. As I've said, that we are a non-profit environmental justice organization, and we're working in South Africa as well as in Southern Africa. And one of the Groundwork campaigns, it's waste management, which I work under. And we've been involved in the development of the Waste Act 2008, because before that, we didn't have any waste legislation in the country, but we've been knocking on the door to say we need to have such a legislation. Then in 2008, we ended up having such a legislation. And but our worry, it's not enough to have a waste legislation. We understand that in South Africa, we don't have a clear national toxic waste plan, even though the past ministers, like the late minister Edna Molewa, she did mention it in one of her waste horrors that they are busy developing a roadmap when it comes to toxic waste or hazardous waste. So we hope that we'll develop this thing together with the department in the near future. And we work with communities that are impacted by this injustice. But we requested this lot to mainly focus in one area because we had meetings with communities from KZN at Cattle Ridge, communities that are impacted by toxic chemicals. And I believe that most members here, they are aware that there was a company called toxic chemicals in Durban or in Cattle Ridge outside Durban, 30 kilometers outside Durban, that poisoned the number of workers in the last 3 decades. And after that, there was even a Davis Commission issued by the comrade Nelson Mandela. And that Davis Commission said, and they had the recommendation on what needs to be done. The cleanup of the site after the impact onto the environment and onto the workers. The agreement was that it's better if the cleanup is done if waste or mercury waste can be sent back to Europe or it can be sent to Switzerland or anything of that sort. So that's a brief history. There was those incidents and workers got sick and the plant was forced to shut down and the commission was in place. Recommendations were made and unfortunately they were never implemented and we kept on knocking and pushing to say something needs to be done. And eventually we know that the cleanup have started in April in 2021. And we really commend the Department of Environmental Affairs for starting the cleanup and we think it's a positive thing. But the community people are not completely at ease with that, including the ex-workers. Therefore, I'm gonna stop there and give the ex-workers an opportunity to say whatever they want to say as ex-workers because we normally hold meetings with them and they normally hold meetings amongst themselves because they are not satisfied with what transpired at Dow Chemicals and they feel that they were let down by by government because they feel that they are poisoned and all of that. But I'm not gonna say much. We're gonna give Mr. Kanyile to introduce himself and continue with his presentation to explain how that has impacted on his life and so on and so on. I thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Asipila, if you can get Rogers Kanyile's presentation.
No. The things I was talking about now, you see, somebody's busy with children. This is a parliamentary committee meeting, please. iPad, can you ask the kids to refrain from playing at the background? We focus on the work at what we are doing at hand, please.
It's over to you, Rogers. If you can unmute and you can start presenting.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair. Thank you very much for having this unparalleled opportunity. And on behalf of the former Thor Chemical workers, my name is Rogers Kanyile. I started working at Thor Chemicals in 1989, and I was retrenched in 1998. I started working in a macro department. It's where we were offloading the macro sludge to the dams, and later on, I ended up working in a warehouse department as a stores administrator. It's very sad, Chair, that after almost 30 years, we are still talking about the issue of Thor Chemicals with no closure. We believe, Chair, that as much as Thor Chemicals has caused all these injuries to us, we feel that the previous government had a hand in all these things, plus the current government did nothing to help us. I'll explain why. Firstly, Chair, Thor Chemicals brought in or started to establish the mercury plant. The same company was advised by health department in Margate to shut down the same plant because it has caused injuries to former employees. Instead, Dow Chemicals decided to come to Africa and continue where it ended. That's why we are having the same problem. In addition to that, the company also... Yes, Chair. Yes,
are you
Chair.
traveling or the place where you are, can't you allow the people who are making the noise at the background to lower their voices? Or you close the door if you're in a room? There seems to be a very...
I don't know where those... I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm by myself here. I don't see any children.
Is it the TV which is on?
Yes, I'm by myself here. I don't have any children with me.
Are you having a radio or a TV?
No.
On?
No. I'm outside because of the network. I can't go inside the house because I'm on the down place that there's a problem with the network. I'm just outside and I'm speaking.
Oh, the neighbors that are making noise that are far away from you. Because you could hear kids playing on the background.
That's correct, Chair. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm very sorry for that, Chair, because that's the only way. Yes, it's because of the network issue.
But the network, no? Okay, proceed. We
Yes,
can
I've got a
even hear
problem.
the
Yes.
sounds of birds. Are you breeding some birds as well?
No, I don't have any birds.
Okay, it's fine. Proceed.
Yes. In addition to that, the company also imported to South Africa tons and tons of mercury containing waste for recycling. And the company took this initiative after it has found out that the same mercury level were found in blood and urine of its workers. And hence the company was ordered to shut its plant and to compensate those employees in Margate. Can I have this as a pillar?
Mr. Rogers, the
Can I have the next slide, Spiller?
It is on now.
Without taking any continued ended. Without taking any precautionary measures, the company decided to come to Africa to continue where it ended. We were employed under terrible conditions. For instance, no safety measures were taken to ensure the safety of workers. No induction was done to us. Even the protective equipment that we were using were inadequate to be used in a mercury plant. For instance, we were just wearing ordinary dust masks. We were given short gloves. We didn't have any aprons to cover ourselves in case of spillage. As a result, we were often burned by mercury sludge. The worst part of it was the fact that our health and safety officer, that was Mr. Bill Smith, was just previously employed as an ordinary truck driver in England. Qualification or experience in that to use casual workers to work in hazardous places. And the criteria that was used by the company was that if the mercury levels are high, the company 100 parts per billion. But if legitimacy, can I have the next slide? The next slide, please. Early in the 90s, I'm sorry, Chair. Early in the 90s, we started to feel the symptoms of mercury poisoning. For instance, our family started to notice our behavioral changes. Our gums were bleeding. Yes, our gums were bleeding. Some of our colleagues were going mad. We reported these incidents to our management, but instead we were offered orange juice and milk, and were told that these liquids will help us to raise. In 1992, 3 of our colleagues were admitted in King Edward Hospital, and they were in coma due to mercury poisoning. 2 of them passed away, and one of them, Mr. Engelbert, I remember he was in coma for almost 3 years before he died. The former president, the late President Nelson Mandela, visited those former colleagues while they were lying in coma in hospital. In 1995, the former president, Nelson Mandela, appointed a commission of inquiry that was chaired by Judge Dennis Davis, and it was called the Davis Commission to look specifically to the issue of Thor chemicals. We were told that the commission was supposed to have 2 phases, and for some reasons unbeknown to us. But anyway, I'm not prepared to.
Colleagues, we are missing
the contents of that commission.
Okay.
It will suffice to say that the recommendations that were made by that commission were never implemented. 2 cases were brought against Thor chemicals, and those cases were brought in England. The first case was the case of Engelbert Zobo and others versus Thor Chemical Holding and others, and it was in 1995. Thor Chemical Holdings, and it was in 1998. And after these 2 cases, Thor Chemicals decided to avoid more claims against the company, Organic Chemicals Pty Ltd. And as a result, out of 104 workers that worked at Thor Chemical plant, only 41 employees were compensated, and the rest of us were never compensated. And that is our main concern. And since 2004, we've been trying by all means to contact the government departments, including the Department of Labor, regarding our officials, ministers who promised us. Since in 2004, we met, but she will go straight to UK and sort our issues. But thereafter, nothing happened. We've written emails to the Minister of Environment by then, Minister Mike Mabuyakulu. We wrote to him. We didn't get any response. The current Premier of KZN, Premier Minister Sita Zigalala, he was the Minister of Environment by then. We wrote to him. We wrote to the Minister of Environment, the late Miss Edna Molewa. And we've even now written to the current Minister of Environment, Minister B said she can't help us. The issue is beyond the Department of Labor. And I did wrote an email to the Department of Labor. And in return, I had a call from the lady by Michelle from Marisburg. And she wanted the documents as proof that we suffered. Our lawyers took all the document of labor, so we don't have any document with us. So as a result, we therefore feel, Honorable Chair, that the government has let us down, because in 2000, for those chemicals that were stored behind, and we are hearing that Thor Chemicals is prepared to pay 300 million just to clean that mess, but nothing has been mentioned about us. That is our main concern, Chair, that we feel that it is a blow to us that our government can just let us down and let Thor Chemicals run our field. And we pray that, I don't know what to say. because every time I'm getting the blame on workers, I need everything for them. I don't know what to do. I've exhausted all. I've done everything that I could do to help them. Thank you very much.
Baba Kanyile, Siabong, you tried though the bandwidth was terrible, but I think we've managed to hear what you're trying to say to us. Thank you so much. Maybe is that all from groundwork or there's another presentation?
Thank you very much.
Are we done with groundwork?
No, we still got
No,
one
sir.
more. We've got one more person,
Oh.
Mr. Mkize from the community in Katorich, where Thor Chemicals is still stationed.
Okay.
Yes.
So Thor Chemical is a company that is still here in the country.
Yes, it's just still here in the country, and they've got more than 1,500 mercury drums stored there, as you can see in that picture. But Vincent is going to tell you more.
Okay, Siyabonga Musa. Whose Wongani? Whose microphone is on? Can I plead Wongani to mute his microphone and allow Vincent to proceed with the presentation, please? Vincent, over to you. Mr. Mkize.
Good evening, Chair and the honorable members. Greet you all. My name is Vincent Mkize. I'm representing community in Cato Ridge. Thor Chemicals affects on the community. We as the community have been witnessing and experiencing the direct effects of the Thor Chemical toxic exposure. We have lost brothers, friends, and fathers, hunters, and cattle. Some, as we speak, they are living with permanent disabilities because they were exposed to the chemicals while using water from contaminating Umgweni stream. Others, while they were working for Thor Chemicals. Next slide, please. The current issue at Thor Chemicals. Currently, there is a cleanup campaign at Thor Chemicals going on. Yet, there is no clear plan on how they're going to treat the chemicals that are spilling to the streams, as they are still exposing the community and cattle to toxic chemicals. Also, with the growing number of companies in Cato Ridge, including the old ones like Asmang Manganese, there is a need for a close monitoring of these companies, making sure that they are compliant with the environmental laws, health and safety regulations. We would like to request the government to intervene in this matter and stop the current internal cleanup process at Thor Chemicals until the community cleanup has been included and the affected people are rightfully compensated. Next slide. Our right as a local communities, it is the right for us all to live and work in an environment that does not compromise our health and well-being. We believe that our people are entitled to environment justice. It is for this reason that we request the government to make sure that people who live in Cato Ridge and the surrounding areas are protected. And those who have suffered so much because of this chemical exposure are rightfully compensated. Next one. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I think this completes the groundwork presentation. Am I wrong?
Yes, we are done as groundwork. Thanks.
Okay, let me then see a show of hands of colleagues who want to ask questions based on groundwork presentation first. Honorable Phillips' hand is up, followed by Honorable Bryant.
Chairperson, I also I can't raise
and Paulson.
I don't know why.
Why can't I see your hand, Paulson?
It's up now.
The other days I do see it, but today I don't. I don't know.
You should be able to see it
Okay.
now. My hand is a little bit lazy today.
Your hand is lazy today. Are we serious? Or there's something that we are not being told here? Let's accept the hand is lazy. Fine. No, it's up. It's finally up. It's no longer lazy. I can see Honorable hands, Paulson's hand, Honorable Mbata, then Honorable Mudise, in that order. Did I recognize you? Yeah, I started with you, Honorable Phillips. Over to you, Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I've just got two questions. I'd just like to know how long Thor Chemicals actually operated in South Africa for, and what the core business of Thor Chemicals was. Did they produce chemicals? Did they store them? Did they mix them? Or what was the core business? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Can I hand over to Honorable Bryant?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you to Groundwork for that presentation, and it certainly is very sad to hear of all of the afflictions that so many people suffered with over time. I am just asking, the question to the presenters in terms of what it is they are expecting of government in terms of the requests that have been placed already before the minister. Is it the compensation facilitation of that process, or what is it that that is being sought? As I understand, I'm sure there's a lot of relation between the community and the private entity, but what is it that that Groundwork would like to see more of from government, so we can understand that a little bit more? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, dear colleague. Honorable Mbata, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to the presenters, Musa, and then I think firstly, I just want to say that our RSA Constitution, Section 2, Chapter 2, Section 2, gives them the right to have a clean environment with clean running water and so forth. So it covers them on what they are complaining about. But I want to say also that I think on the 31st of May, there was waste horror at eThekwini, where as a team, after that issue, there was a presentation. I think, Musa, you were part of that team. After the presentation of that mercury of Cato Ridge, we went and investigate, and true, we saw what was happening. The smell of mercury was we could smell it. Even me with my sinus, I could smell it. It was very strong, and there were community members that were affected because of the water. And I think there was a decision that was taken, because when we were there, we could pick up that the health and safety officer, even the EAP, the one that was there, didn't have qualifications, if I remember very well. And when we were probing on some of the issues there, you could see that there is something that they're hiding. And mercury is one of the hazardous waste, and that is not allowed to be around us. It's a highly toxic waste, and it's covered in the because we don't have, you are right, we don't have the Hazardous Waste Act but it's covered under the Occupational Health and Safety Act under hazardous substances. Saying that, I know and I've seen your frustration, but I want to know from Ubaba Ukanyile abakabugogo wami babukhanyile. Okhanyile ke ngicela ukwazi ukuthi njengoba benisebenza lapha bekungana, was there any occupational health and safety clinic? Because by law there must be an occupational health and safety clinic with an occupational health and safety practitioner, which is the doctor, and an occupational health and safety nurse, and also an infection control nurse. And there must be, according to the OSH Act, there must be the safety reps and the safety and the OHS committee. You didn't have all those things, or all those structures, or you did. And the other thing, if I listen on what we are saying, to me it says there was nothing, of which it's illegal, because firstly, if you follow the compensation commissioner, because according to South Africa, you must be compensated through the compensation commissioner, but there are procedures that must be followed. The first one is that this must be reported by the occupational health and safety practitioner, let me say a doctor. They must report, give a first medical report, and then after sometimes give the second medical report. And then after that, the compensation commissioner must compensate based on the report from the medical doctor who is a specialist in occupational health and safety. So I don't know, you will tell me if that has happened, because that's very important in order for us to assist you so that you can be compensated, because it's very important. And also the industry must have the first medical, the pre-medical surveillance on all its employees, especially when we are working with hazardous substances. It's a must. And those reports must be kept for certain years according to the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And that the first pre-medical examination is very important, because it tells the employer that when we are being employed in that hazardous environment, you don't have any diseases associated with the hazardous, any of the hazardous substances. Then after six months, there must be a continuous medical examination each and every 6 months period. Then afterwards, when you are exiting your work, there must be the final medical examination, and that this medical examination are not done by any doctor, but it must be done by a specialized doctor in occupational health and safety, plus the occupational health nurse or the infection control nurse, in order for us to assist you. Because all what I'm mentioning here, it's very important for the compensation commissioner to assist with the compensation. And even those that are not part and parcel of the working environment, because the Occupational Health and Safety Act stipulates that the employer must protect the employees, plus the visitors, plus the nearby community on any hazardous or any hazard that may emanate from their working environment, of which this company didn't do all these things. And also, these communities must be compensated through the compensation commissioner also. But they must also follow the procedure that I have mentioned before of being examined by the occupational health and safety specialized doctor, which is an occupational health and safety practitioner, with the first medical report and the second medical report, because this is a specialized issue that is being compensated based on this. And the compensation is based on how long this disease that has affected you, hazardous disease, or this mercury, will last in your body or will make you disabled and so forth. There's a lot of things that needs to be done. But I know that during the 31st May, when we're in the waste corridor in when we went there, we did see that the situation was very bad. Hence, there was an issue to pressurize the Department of Environmental Affairs, which was dear by then, to say they must make sure that they correct the situation, because lots and lots of people were dying, not only people, even animals, because they will drink from the same river and they will die. Or if they don't die, that meat will be contaminated, that if you slaughter for your own function in your own house, you will affect more people, because that animal or that meat is already infected. On saying that is that give us a clear indication if all those things that I have mentioned, if they have been done. If they haven't been done, I think it's not even late. We can still use the occupational hygienist, because if in the case like this, I think, Musa, you are working with hazardous substances, you'll know that you will need an occupational hygienist, which is an approved inspection authority, to take these things to court. After we have advised the community that they must get the proper specialized doctor to deal with all their medical examination, and to prove that they were affected during this company that is here, because mercury is not supposed to be around us, and we don't, it's not allowed according to Occupational Health and Safety Act. Yes, the department took time to develop anything when it comes to hazardous substances or hazardous waste. Even now, we don't have a piece of legislation that will talk about hazardous waste, because it's only now that they have started to do something on electronic waste, which is part and parcel of hazardous substances, because those electronics have got hazardous substances. Yes, they can be a resource, but they have hazardous substances in it. But I don't understand that. How was South Africa, how did they allow that mercury be dumped in our own land where it's affecting our own people, and there was no awareness being done to those people? Because if you visit the area where the plant, I don't know whether I should call a plant, and the community, there's not the distance is not that long. But I believe that the department can also answer, because we had both Dr. Mpo, who is still within the department, and he's dealing with hazardous substances, and other members from the Department of DEA by then, but now it's DE, what is it, DEFF now. And I think they can also give us more answers and a green light to say how best, although yes, the Act says the polluter must clean up what they have done, the EPR, polluter, PER, yes. But they must clean it, but still it must be done in a correct way, that it doesn't come back to affect our people. But my worry is that that mercury, it went deep even to the underground water, because there's a seepage of water, there's a leachate also. And there's a lot of things that needs to be done. I don't know how best can the department advise to say how best can we remove totally that mercury in that community. But what I'm saying, that we need to assist the community to take this up to court for those community members, even if they are late, they are no more, to be compensated correctly. But Musa, Baba Mkize, Baba Kanyile, you will need an occupational hygienist certified by the Labor Department as an approved inspection authority. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Paulsen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presenter. And I think the work that you do is a sterling job. We owe you a huge debt of gratitude. The environment is important for all of us. And, I think the challenges that you have there in KZN are more than probably anywhere else. Or maybe it's just the fact that these disasters are exposed in KZN more than anywhere else, because it's not a year that goes by where we hear of horrible environmental disasters having a massive impact on the lives and livelihoods of people in KZN. But I want an idea as to the number of people affected by this mercury catastrophe or crisis that you've had there, the number of people that were affected, and in terms of hospitalization, medical treatment, what if you've received any, what sort of, and yes, someone has to be responsible, but ultimately it is the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, or Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, that has to be accountable, because we are there to safeguard and make sure that the legislation that protects us from any possible accidents that could affect our lives due to mercury going into the ground, and that legislature is adhered to. So ultimately, we are not or the department is not doing its job, and have to be responsible, because it can't be that in KZN we have all of these problems and there's nobody in the department held to account for it. So I'd like to know what has been done in making sure that someone is held accountable for this, whether it's the company, what the department has also done for the people affected with this. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Colson. Over to you, Honorable Mdise.
Thank you very much. Greetings to honorable members, and let's welcome the presenters. I echo the same sentiments with Honorable Paulson.
Put on your video and switch it off so that the guests must see whom are they talking to. If it's a bandwidth thing, remove that background stuff.
It might cause us a bit of problems, Chair. Am I visible, Chair?
No, there's a background stuff there. It's a picture of yours, then it's clouding the other one.
You're saying you've got a green screen in your background, that's why it gives that problem.
Oh. You are wise, Honorable.
No, it's fine, Chair. I'll get it. I'll get it right. Let me make this input first.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. No, I echo the same sentiments with Honorable Paulson, that some of these presenters who are not interfacing with them for the first time, and indeed we owe them gratitude because they take the plight of the people of KwaZulu-Natal very serious insofar as the environmental aspects are concerned. Indeed, they are not sleeping on duty. But Chair, I have a number of questions to raise with the presenters, because in parts of the presentations, I felt that someone might be, for lack of a better word, be charged with a dereliction of duty and failure to take responsibilities. But I needed to, before arriving at that determination, I want to ascertain if this Thor chemical still exists. Is the situation still the same insofar as the presenters are concerned, or has it changed for the better or for the worse? Are the people who are still prepared to take to task these Thor chemicals like the presenters are doing? If indeed they still exist, what is the total number of their employees, so that we start preparing for more of this human health impact by mercury, like they mentioned, the brain damage, death, etc., neurotoxin. So we might, because to me this situation demands, it is of extreme urgency. It needs our attention. But the presenters also spoke that they have presented to, I think, the late minister and I believe the current minister. Would they be kind to tell the portfolio committee what responses have they received from both the ministers, so that we are able to make a follow-up with the department even if it's not ministers themselves, but the department. Who have they engaged in the department, so that we are able to call the department and say, how far have you went insofar as the case of Thor Chemicals is concerned. But perhaps it would also be useful for us to get a better understanding of the total number of people that have been affected by this poisonous mercury. Is it the entirety of the community? But also these tremors and brain damages, comas, neurotoxin deaths, comas, and everything else. Are they scientifically proven? Or is there a suspicion that these people are affected by this poisonous mercury? Or is it, do you have doctors that have ascertained that these people are affected by these chemicals? But it is also important for us to get an in-depth, I think in line with what Honorable Bryant has asked, or what kind of an intervention are the presenters seeking from the portfolio committee? Have they received any tangible response from the Department of Labor? Because I think to a larger extent, part of this work falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the Department of Labor. Have they approached them? And if yes, what was the response? I understand that they want some sort of justice and redress for being poisoned. But are there any other people who have been approached other than we understand the impact that it has on our environment, but other than us as a portfolio committee of environment, are there other portfolio committees or departments that have been approached? I must hasten to say, Chair, that we understand the plight of the people of Cattle Ridge, their plight is understood and it deserves our attention. Perhaps the last question that I think is also significant is, has local government been approached and the provincial government, and what actions have they taken, or what responses have they given to the community of Cattle Ridge? So that as and when we take a decision as a portfolio committee, we take a well-informed decision, having analyzed the entire situation. Thank you very much, Chairman.
On the last one, Honorable Mudise, I heard Mr. Kanyele reporting that he mentioned all the MECs that has been there starting from Mandela time, including the president and the commission, and the late minister and the current minister on the environment side, because I think these are happening as the consequence of some environmental degradation that is causing harm to the people. And then when I got these issues also, I made some investigation to understand these issues. And then I pick up that there were some issues when in the issue of acid mine drainage surfaced in the Watersrand area in your region, Comrade Whip, in Johannesburg. And then at that stage, one of the questions that was asked was who caused the acid mine drainage that government has to take responsibility for now. And then also the same questions were asked about the mine dumps and burning coal mines in Emalahleni. And then the response that came from the department was that these problems arose from derelict coal mines, owner and ownerless mines, and then whose owners or mining rights can no longer be traced to hold them accountable. But then I'm giving this, the leader of the department delegation, and Peter. I'm raising this because now, Thor Chemicals operated, as Honorable Mbata has said it, and then Thor Chemicals operated and caused health problems and environmental damage in this democratic South Africa. Maybe we'll want to hear from the department. What are you saying about these Thor Chemicals and the plight of mercury sufferers now? And the way I hear Honorable Mbata saying it, I think ourselves as a committee, we visited this community. We've been aware of this problem. Maybe we need to go back to Leka, you assist us. What was our recommendation post that visit? And then how far is the department then moved? Oh, it was yourself on your own visit? Yes?
No, it was in waste horror. Because each and every, there are some years where there's waste horror, where they go and discuss all these things. It wasn't the portfolio committee, but the portfolio committee needs to go into.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Then the department, whether it is whatever, because then the department has got an enforcement and regulation issue, they need to tell us, because this is the problem that they are aware of. Especially this is happening in the democratic state country now. I think the department should be aware of this problem. Oh, it was in your other life, Honorable Mbata. And then again, when I'm sending this question to the department, you'll bear with me. I think it's Vanessa. I'm battling to pronounce your surname, but you'll bear with me. The leader of the delegation, the DDG. In fact, I'm trying to look at the delegation list here. Yeah. So that's the issue that I'm trying to raise as well, to say then, can then the change of the name from Thor Chemicals to Guernica Chemicals PT Ltd actually absolve the company of any reasonability and liability for the reckless manner in which they handle the micro waste? And then the issue that I also want to hear from the department is who issued the Thor Chemicals, the operating license, without first checking whether the company had the infrastructure to safely recycle the mercury waste. And then the issue again, we need to be told the truth tonight, whether the department has got any file on the Thor Chemicals. And then listening to the plight of these people, and what hurts me, like other colleagues, they are saying they are coming to us because we are their last hope. They've tried everything, and the silos mentality, Honorable Mbata and dear colleagues, where our people are taken from pillar to post. Maybe the department should also share with us, why is the environmental permitting systems, such as an environmental impact assessments, not incentivizing companies to move away from congested urban industrial complexes to areas where background pollution is not yet a problem? And then why don't we use these environmental tools creatively to decongest risky industrial complexes such as those in South Durban Basin, which are increasingly become worse each day? So these are some of the issues that like the other colleagues, when you listen to these presentations, it's honestly heartbreaking. In fact, my part, when I was listening, I even get so disoriented, dear colleagues. because you can understand the nature and the extent, the way Honorable Mbata explained it. Then one doesn't have words to say this thing, to say, how do we subject our people to this kind of a situation? It's a heartbreaking situation, but let's hear. There are questions that are raised to yourselves as the NGO. Maybe let me allow you as the NGO, Musa and Mr. Mkize and is it Kanisile as well, to respond to the issues that needs you directly. Then we'll hear the team, because my questions, unfortunately, they are directed to the department. Yeah, basically that's what one can. Understanding the concurrence function that you do, but you being the custodian of the legislation, then you need to talk much to these issues. Now also there's a district development model that says we would go to one plan, we work together, no more silos mentality. So I think these are the matters that you should have keen interest on this department. But I must say, these are heartbreaking state of affairs, especially when we subject our people to this kind of a situation. Over to you, Musa. I wonder, is it you want to respond, or Mr. Mukhize, or whoever? Yeah, okay. You are the leader of the delegation. Yes. You will tell me who will respond. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I can say a few words, and it should be followed by community people. In my understanding, in terms of how long did it operate, tow chemicals waste or mercury waste is still there in Cato Ridge, 2016 and up to the fire that took place 2 years back, just before the COVID. The tons of mercury that were reported being on site were 3,000 tons, if I'm not mistaken, 3,000 tons that were on site. And they started operating in 1970s. They came to South Africa because the legislations, environmental legislations at that time were very weak. They were chased away in UK. They could not meet the environmental standards. Then they decided to move on to South Africa and operate here because the legislations were not strong at that time. And they were saying they were recycling mercury, but the way we interpret it, it was just dumping off mercury waste to third world countries by first world countries. That is our interpretation of it. So the expectations, in my understanding, is that communities were battling that tow chemicals have to be cleaned. The struggle is in two phases. They want the plant to be cleaned, the mercury to be shipped back to Europe where it came from, and the ex-workers needed a compensation. So the cleanup have started already, but it has happened without the explanation, enough explanation for communities, because communities are seeing trucks getting inside the plant and all of that, and they are confused what is happening. They give us a call and say, are they operating again? Then we asked the department, and the department reported that they have started their cleanup until 2022, June 2022. So it's the cleanup and the ex-workers compensation, which is a requirement. Yes, Ms. Mbata, the doctors were involved before, but unfortunately, this case has been handled by different people, different lawyers, and the documents have been lost. But the last thing that we have, last year with one of the TV shows, Catch Blanche, they did some tests on ex-workers' hair. It was one ex-worker's hair, and his hair was found with high mercury content. Remember, he was working there until 1993, but his bloodstream still have mercury. That's why he grows the hair that has got high levels of mercury. So we believe that the majority of workers who are part of this have mercury in their bloodstream. And in my understanding is that half of those of the workers, because I think Rogers will correct me, there were 104 employees by Thor Chemicals, and half of them have since died. Whenever we have meetings, those that have perished are represented by their children. And the department have done a little bit. The cleanup itself, I think it's the attempts that were done by the department, especially after the fire, because when these barrels of mercury were kept on site, people were getting inside, stealing and all of that. And these barrels were seeping into the environment and all of that. And there was a fire just before COVID. And the minister came down, the current minister, and she said she's going to speak to the company and surely this is going to be cleaned up. And I heard that she promised some of the workers that whenever she speaks to the company, she will make sure that their issue is not forgotten, that they still need to be compensated. But the workers are saying, but the cleanup have started. It has been prioritized ahead of their health. And yeah, the letters have been written to the Labour Committee, and the Labour Committee misunderstood what we are trying to say. They feel that this is an individual case because Groundwork wrote the letter to this portfolio committee and to the Labour Committee. But the Labour Committee, they said they don't deal with individual cases. I emailed them back and say it's not an individual case. I gave them all the information about Thor Chemicals. They never responded until today. But we still hope that this committee can assist us to sit and meet with the Labour Committee in trying to resolve this. Yeah, for now, I would stop there and give community people a chance. And my colleague Rico as well, who's been involved in this more than me, who joined the organization much earlier than me. So let me give them a chance as well to say something. Thanks.
Yes, can they do that? They introduce themselves as they do that.
Yes, good evening, Chair. It's Rogers Kanyile again. As my colleague has alluded, he's correct. I've got a list here of 104 employees, former Thor Chemicals employees. Out of that 104, 50 has passed away, and 48 of them have passed away due to natural causes. You see, that is one of the concerns. Number two, I had the question that, did you speak to the ministers? As I've said, we've done everything that we could do. We've exhausted all the process. As I'm saying, from the early minister, Rejoice Mabuda Fasi, up to the current Minister of Environment Affairs, Minister Barbara Greasy. She responded to me that the issue is beyond her mandate because we are talking about patrimonial loss. And then she referred me to the Minister of Labour. I wrote an email to the Minister of Labour. A lady by the name Michelle from Department of Labour in Maritzburg phoned me and she asked me about our medical reports. We don't have the records now. They were taken from our lawyers by the Compensation Commissioner. We don't have. And the other thing, Thor Chemicals was using 90% of casual workers. So you won't have the record of those workers from the department. Not registered. That was the style that was used by Thor Chemicals. They will use you when you make rents. So we don't know who's going to help you at this minister. Thank you.
The colleague who was referred to is going to respond. Where's the colleague, Musa?
My name is Rico Rapido and I'm Musa's colleague. I'm going to refer directly to the question that was asked by the Portfolio Committee member. What is it that we want from the Portfolio Committee? This is exactly what we want. We want the portfolio committee to assist us so that the workers have a fair opportunity to compensation. They have been unemployed and unemployable for 30 years. They have a terrible plight. We think that there is ongoing exposure to mercury in the community. We believe that there needs to be ongoing mercury monitoring in the environment, in the water, in the soil, in the fish, so that if there is any community exposure, we can pick that up. And also, we want the remediation of the site to include the community people. Community people should have a say in how that site is remediated, Madam Chair. So those are the three clear demands: workers, ongoing monitoring, community monitoring, and environmental monitoring, and monitoring of biota, and also community participation, open democracy, as was envisaged by our Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rico. Can we then hand over to the department to comment on this?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Mkize, sorry.
Yes, sir. Sorry,
Yes.
Honorable
Yes.
Ntambi. Yes.
Sure.
As a local community, we request our government to intervene in this matter and stop current internal cleanup process at Thor Chemical until the community cleanup has been included and the affected people are rightfully compensated. Because if the cleanup is not stopped, Thor Chemical may run away after finishing cleanup. That is our concern as the local community. And the people, as a people who live in Kettridge, we expose in these chemicals industry in Kettridge, and there is a need to close monitoring of this industry and make sure that compliance with the environmental laws, health and safety regulation. I thank you, sir. I thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mutami.
Thank you, Mkize Siyabonga. I think it's time now for the department to talk to this issue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Good evening. We are also deeply concerned, Honourable Members, and as a department, we take the concerns that have been raised very seriously.
Where are you? Where are you, Madam?
Sorry, sorry, Honourable Chairperson, I am struggling with my video. I hope you can see me.
Yes.
Yeah, Honourable Chairperson, the concerns that have been raised are taken in a very serious light as a department, and we are also quite concerned. I would just like to highlight, as the members have raised, issues regarding what is the department doing, how are we involved in this process. I need to also highlight that, you know, the department has to act within its mandate, and in doing so, to ensure the protection of the environment and the community living in that area. I am supported by my team, Honourable Chairperson. I have with me Mr. Grant Walters. He's the director responsible at enforcement. He is intimately involved in this process in terms of the cleanup process. He will thereafter be followed by Michelle Govender, who is the Chief Director at Chemicals and Waste, who can further elaborate in terms of the initiatives that government has taken in terms of addressing the concerns and the cleanup in that regard. Honourable Chairperson, can I hand over to Grant Walters to address some of the initiatives that the department has in fact embarked on?
Okay. They will follow each other. I don't have to come. You can call them. When the other finish, you can call them one by one. Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the leadership of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to, I'm going to start at the point where we are now in terms of the removal of the waste from this particular site. The operation started about in April 2020. Currently, we are standing at about 1,686 or 1,700 tons of waste that has already been removed from this particular site. It is destined for Europe to a facility that is situated in Switzerland. That did come out of the Davis Commission of Inquiry report that was done. Patrick has the requisite skills, technology to deal with this particular waste stream. And then its final disposal after treatment is ending up in Germany at this point. We've currently removed about 90 40-foot sea freight containers from this particular site. The removal process of this particular waste stream is quite complicated and complex at the moment. We are very careful in terms of personal protective clothing of the people that are working on this particular property. Access is restricted to some of the areas where high risk or high risk mercury is currently being stored. We are taking it really slowly in a sense that we do not want to expose anybody to unnecessary risk at this particular point in time. But as it stands now, we're almost at the halfway mark. Having noted that the material or the operation started during the hard lockdown period of when we were in this COVID period, we had to ship every single piece of technology that we are using at this point in time, or we had to source it from the overseas markets, and that was shipped into South Africa. There's very stringent protocols in terms of the removal of the waste that we need to adhere to, including the Basel Convention, and our colleagues would, or Ms. Michelle Govender will come in at a later point just to explain all of the authorization requirements that is also at play in this particular matter. But we've instructed the project managers from Patrick to come into South Africa on 2 occasions or 3 occasions at this point in time. We had a working meeting with them just a couple of weeks ago, and we're doing whatever we can to expedite the processes. But it is a process of just taking it very cautiously at this point in time, and then to ensure that there's no particular risks. Honourable Chair, the material is currently housed within or where the high-risk material is completely enclosed. There is no leaching that is happening from that bonded surface. There is also a leach pad where low-risk material was stored, and that is the catalyst that was utilized in some of the products that were manufactured by Thor that was disposed there. And that is all being removed. That is almost a double-lined surface. So the risk of leaching into the environment from those particular sources is very limited at this point in time. But notwithstanding saying that, as the community have pointed out, this material was disposed on that particular property and left as it was, probably in about the year 2000. So they operated, and if I could go back to some of the questions that were asked, one in particular by Honourable Phillips, was that Thor operated in the Republic of South Africa in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Their process employed was almost a trade-back scheme where they would manufacture a particular product that was used in the manufacturing of paints. Not only that, a couple of others, but the mercury containing, or the mercury in itself, allowed these paints to dry very quickly. Subsequently, in the later years, mercury was banned, or the use was banned. So obviously that could not be utilized as a catalyst for the drying of these materials. But in all of this, what they also did was they operated a trade back scheme. So they would supply their product to a particular company and then trade back, or the companies would trade back all their mercury-containing waste. That was taken to a trade or recycling facility that never really operated quite properly. So at one point, officials then went in and shut down that particular plant, and there was never an alternative for the waste that was then accumulated on site. So with that obviously then piled up onto the site. There was no treatment of the waste, and as it stands, there was no recycling or treatment facilities within South Africa that could treat it. So late 1980s to the early 2000s, that's when they operated. Thor does not exist in South Africa any longer. They disinvested in South Africa approximately also in the early 2000s. There might be a smaller component of the firm that is still in the country, but they have got no substantial interest within the Republic of South Africa any longer. They are operating in the UK from a UK based, and that is currently where their headquarters are. They've got various other interests throughout the world, but they no longer trade in South Africa. So one of the problems that we sat with in the early 2000s when this situation was detected, that obviously led to the Davis Commission of Inquiry report that provided two treatment options in South Africa. One was located in Gauteng, which was Olifantsfontein. That option immediately fell flat. They just could not treat or deal with that particular matter. And we had trial runs that went to this facility, but that was never ever taken forward. So as the Republic, we sat with this material with no treatment options available until about 2 years ago when our minister really got involved in this particular matter. And she basically just said, look, we need to do whatever we can to deal with this. That then started an enforcement process against a subsidiary of the Thor company. We issued them with notices, and following all of those notices, there was a commitment to deal with this waste. And as it currently stands, the subsidiary of Thor is dealing and funding the cleanup campaign from that particular property. As Honorable Mbata has also said, in terms of just general safety requirements on site, there's quite a lot of processes that's actually involved here. And from a safety point of view, we are not taking any chances. So in terms of oxygen supply and a whole lot of issues that is in place at the particular site. When it comes to occupational hygienists, occupational just in terms of the current workers, is ongoing biological assessments that are done. We do take the the data that is analyzed by a task team of officials that meet quite regularly on this particular site, where we go through any risks that exist to people's health and well-being at this point in time. So in terms of the Honourable Chair's questions, if I may come to that particular point, Thor, when they started operations in South Africa, in about 1976 and 1980s, there were no respectable environmental laws that existed at that point in time. So their whole method of operations were not specifically regulated in terms of environmental legislation. In subsequent years after that, when the APA and the CAPCO, or the Chief Air Quality Officer, came into operation, there was far more stringent regulation, and that actually then resulted in that whole treatment facility being shut down. So to answer Chair's question is that in those early days, there were no respectable environmental laws, and as such, Thor was not subject to any form of regulation at that point in time. Obviously, with the coming into effect of NEMA post-98, there's a lot more regulations, robust regulations, duty of care that needs to be complied with. There are quite comprehensive files on Thor chemicals that we do have at our disposal at the head offices of environmental affairs. There's lots of reports that are generated just on a quarterly basis, and we're monitoring progress almost daily on this particular property as they are removing the waste off-site. What is in store in terms of overall cleanup is that the department is appointing our own consultants to evaluate very objectively what the risk is after the waste has been removed from this particular process. We're in a current procurement process on that. We are hoping that the appointment of these consultants will coincide with the last removal of that waste. We would then understand what is the entire risk, or we're already preparing for closeout, just in terms of closing out this particular matter comprehensively and completely, and to tie up all loose ends. So that is currently in progress. If I may move over, just in terms of current risk on this particular property, we are monitoring, and as the community has said, there were carte blanche programs. There was quite a community, not just a community issue, but just in terms of good environmental practice. We have run at least 3 campaigns testing the water in that area just below the Thor sites. We have gone to almost the exact locations where previous samples were taken. There is a risk just upstream of the facility, and that area has completely been cordoned off. So access, it's almost a little catchment dam just underneath the site that has completely been cordoned off. And as we are, whenever there's material or water in that particular area, it's literally sucked up and disposed. We are monitoring that situation all the time. In terms of monitoring, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the committee, it would not be right for me to leave off the discussion and not to say what the major problems have been on this particular property. It has been the subject of incredible intense security issues. We've had incursions happening literally on a daily basis. We've got task teams with the police, with the prov joints in that particular area. The security is really, really tight. And that is just because there's such a risk that if even those individuals that are entering the property are exposed to this material, there's a very real risk for their own safety. There are crime syndicates that are operating around this material. We do believe that it's being utilized to fund the illicit mining or gold mining initiatives. We have really struggled on the security front when it comes to incursions, and therefore we are careful just in terms of who enters the site and that sort of thing. To allow the community to go and monitor what is happening on that site without strict access control is a very, very real risk for us. We will see how we can allow this to happen in a controlled manner. I've seen some of the photographs that were shown. That was really as a result of an arson attack at this particular facility at the point where we were making a breakthrough in terms of removing of this particular material, which in itself has caused an additional problem just in terms of dealing with that particular waste that has been partially burnt. There are other processes underway. We are covering that particular warehouse at this point in time. The structure should go up towards the end of January, just to make sure that there's no runoff off that area. We've tried absolute best just to maintain the risk when it comes to rainfall. Obviously, in terms of security, we try to keep a very tight rein on that particular issue. So that's kind of the responses from now. I will leave it in the hands of my DDG to direct if there's anything in particular that I may have left off and not responded to. But over to you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Grant. Honourable Chair, I would like to hand over to Michelle Govender if she would like to add anything further. Michelle?
Thank you, DDG, and good evening, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, and the contingent from the department. I think Grant has given quite an elaborate explanation of what is happening. Maybe just two issues that I would like to highlight. One, that he raised the whole aspect of the export of this waste material out of the country. We do handle the permitting process or the consent process in this regard, and we're very strict in terms of the requirements to allow this material to be safely loaded, stored in the containers, and then we also apply and facilitate the process to get it through certain crossing points in Europe to get it to Switzerland for treatment. So that is being handled by our department as well. And we ensure that as and when the loads are available, that we kind of clear the path so that there are no holdups and there aren't any potential disasters that could happen along the way. So this is something that we do. And then the final thing that I want to raise, which Grant highlighted or alluded to, is that once the cleanup is done, we will be embarking on full remediation of that site. And this is the work that we're doing at the moment, trying to keep an eye on what is going on and the information, making sure that we know exactly what information exists, what the water quality is, what the soil conditions are, so that when we subject the subsidiary of Thor to clean up, that they must do a holistic remediation of the site. I think all the other issues were very nicely covered by Grant, Honourable Chair. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you, Michelle. Honourable Chair, I think we've dealt with all of the issues, and I think one of the primary concerns that we have not dealt with is regarding the fair compensation for the workers that were affected by the mercury contamination. And as alluded to by one of the presenters, my minister did previously address the issue that this needs to be directed to the Department of Labour. I think as the Department of Environmental Affairs, we have done everything within our power, and we still continue to do so, to contain this contamination, also to protect the health and well-being of the community and limit the further exposure. So I would take guidance, Chair, from yourself in terms of the compensation issue. Thank you, Chair. If I can hand back to you.
Thank you. Colleagues, those are the responses. Honorable Mbata, I hope you're going to be dealing with the issue also which the DDG has raised. Yes. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think I can see the department have tried, although it took some years for them to do this thing, but what they are not answering is them communicating with the community when they are cleaning up, so that the cleaning up must continue. yes, we understand that it's a very hazardous site. Entry to that is limited, but there must be communication and awareness to the community so that they know what is happening in their area where they are staying. And the other thing is that I don't know, Chair, if we can have a meeting with Labour. I think Labour, they also, portfolio committee, they also include part of compensation. Compensation commissioner falls under them, so that we have a discussion with them. But I still feel that the department can push this Thor company to compensate everyone who was affected there. Because the mercury stays in the, it's just that I'm not sure, but I'll take that. It stays for a long time in the blood, and it's a very hazardous substance. And they didn't touch how was the containers, the disposal of the containers were disposed by the Thor company, because that's very important. We need to know how were those containers being disposed, because even the disposal of such containers is very limited. You don't just dispose it anywhere. And you might find that because this company was negligent, then even the containers, they will let the workers take them home to use to store water and other things, which might be the other thing that had spread it more. And I feel that we can't say that it's only the Department of Labor. Yes, it's the Department of Labor, but the department of our department and us as this portfolio committee, we can push that this store company pay all these people, because he's supposed to pay. The polluter pays. Yes, he must clean the area, and he must pay. That's what the
colleagues, can you hear, or it's only me? Oh, we can't hear. She's gone, eh?
Yes, Chair, she's gone.
Okay. No, I'm back. I'm back.
You are back?
This thing is very jealous. I'm back. It just cut me off when I'm speaking. Even yesterday.
You were overwhelmed and then sabotaged you.
I think to me, I will propose, Chair, that there must be a trust. There must be a trust that all the funds, the compensation of all these people must be paid to. So that these people, our own Black community, were being affected by this store company, and our own departments were negligent to this. I'm not afraid to say that. They were negligent. So, and if you look at our pieces of legislation, they support what the community is saying, and wherever they can go, they are supported by the Constitution of South Africa, by the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and other pieces of legislation. And it means that we must do something. Let's work. If the DDG says they are going to work with the department, the minister must work with the Minister of Labor to make sure that this thing is being done properly. Because even that company, even if it's in Germany, there's pieces, there's agreement between the South Africa and other countries that pins down that company that it must pay. Our people must be paid. We can't come here and sit here and listen how our own Black brothers are being frustrated and they died because of mercury. It's a very toxic substance. It's not supposed to be here. And we say they must go to labor. No, 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 no. The Environmental Management Act, all powers are giving to us, to the department. Department, do something. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, this issue, I agree with you of taking people from pillar to post. This is the lead department that must take charge of this because it's a consequence. All these things are happening as a consequence of the failure of the department to do oversight. But then we understand that government doesn't operate in isolation. So what we can say, we are tasking you to talk to your counterpart. Isn't that you are in one government? You must talk to each other with the view that you are going to give us feedback on these matters. It's a matter of agency. And think, as a Stembeka, you are in that part of the country. I think you are time permitting, and some of you might have time talking to your honorable colleagues. It would be best then maybe during the constituency period we also go and see these things for ourselves. But Honorable Mbata, you've already seen this. It's a long-standing matter. Some way, somehow, somebody must take responsibility. And I think this view of us calling the Compensation Commissioner, including our counterpart portfolio in the name of the portfolio on labor, we can then see that possibility come the new year to look at these matters. But in the meantime, can the DG, I think it's you, then the leader of the delegation here tonight, can start to talk to your counterparts in the other departments. It can't be that people are taken from pillar to post. We're talking about the lives of people. And it's a problem, whether it started during the apartheid government, Miss Bendeman. This is the matter that you need to attend to it the latter, so that that constitutional right enshrined in the constitution of people living in a clean environment, then it's achieved. You are a lead department when it comes to matters of this nature. And then we won't allow a situation wherein then you appropriate responsibility to say this was supposed to be done by somebody. The center must hold. There must be somebody who should leading, and we believe you are the right department to deal with this. Dear colleagues, I've got a problem wherein then people comes to us to present to us to say they're saying you are our last hope. And then we be the ones that will take them from pillar to post. The mere fact that they approach Parliament is when they've hit the rock. And then we must be solution-oriented. This is a matter that together with whoever is involved, we can resolve. So that's the matter that I'll leave it to the team, to the support team, the research team, that we further probe the matter. But at the same time, when we come in the new year, the department must be able to give us something tangible. Isn't that we're talking about the district development model, where in now government departments are working together? It means that we also work together to resolve the problem, but there must be a lead department. These are matters of environment, and we expect the department to take the lead. Where others, you must talk to each other, because it's not about this belongs to the. If we're talking about the district development model, it means then you're working together indeed as colleagues. Then you'll be the lead department, as Honorable Mbata has said. So Ms. Vanessa Bandaman, you need to deal with this matter with the view that we need to go back to these communities and give them feedback. So I should think your camera is on. You want to say something to make that commitment that you'll be the lead department because you're the lead department. We understand the issue of concurrent function and all those stuff, but at the end of the day, when I read my constitution, when I read the powers and functions, the buck lies with you, colleagues.
Noted. Thank you. Sorry. Noted, Honourable Chairperson. I agree with you and the colleagues that this is concerning. We do not want the communities to be sent from pillar to post. I 100% agree with that. I will take the concerns back to the DG and to the Minister in terms of the best way of engaging with the Department of Labour and the Commissioner for the Compensation Commission. We hope to get the support from the Portfolio Committee as well to try and escalate this matter and to try and find a solution. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Yes, that's where we will be talking about cooperative governance as well. You are implementing the district development model to do away with the silos mentality. That's how we understand. We appreciate this commitment, DDG. That this matter will continue to put on our agenda as an outstanding matter until the matter gets resolved. I should think, having said that, groundwork, this is how far we should conclude the matter. We'll continue to engage with you. If there are colleagues that are on the ground that would like to see the first-hand information, also maybe in the new year, these are the matters that we need to prioritize to also go and check what's happening there. We just regret collectively on your unfortunate situation. But let's hope with time the matter will be resolved maybe in your lifetime, some of you who are still alive. We thank you then. Can we then move to the next presentation? Who's the leader of the delegation of the next presentation? The South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, SDCEA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, honorable parliamentarians.
Where are you? Where are you? Can we see you?
I'm right here, Chair.
You must introduce yourself and what do you do?
Thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Bongani Mtembu. I work for the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, Equality. We'd like to thank the Portfolio Committee for heeding our call, for having this conversation tonight. And I'd also like to greet my fellow communities that keep on lighting the candle, representing our communities. Chair and your honorable parliamentarians, I have a couple of my fellow community members that will be presenting, but before they come in, I'll be followed by Desmond Disa. I would just like to name a few issues that I have, Honorable Chair. I've been from 2016, we've been engaging with, in fact, I think it's before that, I think it's around about 2014, we've been engaging with DEF Portfolio Committee around the issues of South Durban. And I have written on numerous occasions letters in regards to the issues that we currently facing around our communities. For example, Chair, I'll just mention the recent one that was written on the 1st of the 10th month, 2021. The letter to parliamentarians, updating the parliamentarians about the engine refinery incidents that happened on the 2020 December. I've copied a number of the honorable parliamentarians that are here tonight. Unfortunately, the response doesn't come through. the only time I've received the response, it was from a lady. I think she's an assistant secretary for the minister, Baba Chrissy. And that was the only response that I've received on numerous occasions, sending letters to honorable ministers that are here today. So I urge ministers, portfolio committee, to also, whenever we write letters, it's because we have faith, we
Are you sure
believe
you
in
are
you.
sending it to right email address, or you might be using old email address?
It's correct, Honorable
Because
Chair.
that thing to give a blanket thing to say colleagues don't respond to emails, I don't agree with you.
Okay, Chair. It
You
is
must
correct.
prove your fact, right? You have never sent me an email.
100%, you're right, Honorable
Give
Chair.
it a blanket approach before you present your matters. The reason why we've called you now is the time that we saw your first email and responded to it. Because now I think you are deflecting. Instead of you focusing on the issues of the hand now, you want to play a blame game, but we've given you a platform. I don't think I'll allow that, Wongani, for you to continue. Present your matter and stop being, I don't have a proper word. I wanted to say something that Paulson will call me to order. The first correspondence we got from you, that's why we are even sacrificing, if you had my introductory remarks, to meet you this unholy hour. We were supposed to have knocked off long ago.
I fully understand, Chair. Can I proceed, Chair?
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I believe that Honorable Gasa was the previous chair of this portfolio committee chair, so he was CC'd on that. And Comrade Phillips, she's the only portfolio committee member that has responded. And I even have the dates of her responding on that email. So I'm fully aware that she has actually heeded to the call of those emails. But I will proceed. Chair, we have had numerous incidents around the South Durban area. And I believe that the departments, there is a lot that still needs to be done from the departments. Example, there's been a number of incidents of explosions and fires. And whenever we request information, we do not get information. For example, November 2007, Engen Refinery explosion. October 2011, Engen Refinery explosion. December 2020 on the 4th, Engen Refinery, we're still waiting for the information to date.
You're requesting that information from whom, sir?
So, come again, Chair?
You are requesting information from who, if I may ask?
It's information that we're requesting from the refineries.
You are requesting information from the refinery?
Yeah, from the GM of the refinery.
Oh, you've been requesting information from the GM of the refinery and they're not giving it to you.
That's correct.
Oh, I wanted to get that clear again. I thought we were going back to the issue that I dealt with earlier. Okay, fine, proceed.
Yeah. All right, Chair, thanks for the opportunity. I would like to hand over to Desmond Disa to proceed with issues of South Durban. And then following Desmond Disa, it will be Guanele representing Blackburn community. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, honorable members of Parliament. Really appreciate that you're giving us the chance to talk, a platform to talk about the issues of South Durban. Chair, just to bear in mind that we are an environmental alliance grouping in South Durban. I have been here for 26 years working on environmental issues. And the last few, I know a lot of the members of Parliament have come and have met us, and we really appreciate the visit. We a year now since the engine explosion, the members of Parliament also came to the UPL, United Phosphorus Company explosion, which Cornelia will talk more about they came in October to Durban. So they've been constantly coming to the area and seen all the explosions and fires. So I'm really thankful that the honorable members of parliament have been engaging with us. And really, I think it's their effort that has really highlighted the problems of South Durban and North Durban. But as I talked to you, Chair, do you know there was a fire in the north of Durban today at Glen and Neil, factory caught on fire. So these are not incidents that just occur, by the way. These are incidents that occur consistently all the time. Something must be wrong. That's creating all these explosions and fires, and you can't always blame looting for that. These things are happening regularly. The engine fire on the 4th of December that exploded was massive, was huge. The UPL fire was massive and huge, affected all poor people. And this fire that happened today, Glen Anil's, it's the same sort of situation. So these are not easy things that are happening and happening but for the sake of thing. There are real issues around these issues. And I think the problem lies with that the government departments are not working together. We don't have that integrated approach to what is going on. We don't have a clear, we raised that issue at the last meeting at Engine when the portfolio committee came there and addressed the engine management. We met in the community hall after that, and we raised those issues about the lack of monitoring of air quality, that the refinery has been operating since 1953. The refinery has gone past and continues to blow up, that there's no investment in the refinery, that they don't employ experienced people. That has been the problem that we raised with this portfolio committee, Chair. The second thing, we have an opportunity now to fix the problems of all these chemical problems that are occurring in Durban. The explosions, the fires, the lack of oversight, the lack of these chemicals being brought in from all over the world to Durban. Durban is the dumping ground. South Africa is a dump. We have a lot of recycling companies. So these hazardous toxic waste that you heard earlier on about mercury is also coming to Durban, being imported and recycled in the area. So these explosions and fire, what does it do for us? What opportunity? We want to engage with our government. But the chances are that we are not getting the opportunity. And we've seen that with the UPL process, where you have a joint operational command on its own, sitting on its own with the company, but there's no feedback through a stakeholder forum where there's only communities talking to themselves. So we need to set up proper processes, stakeholder forums where government is really engaging and meaningfully engaging, and information is shared with everyone so that solutions can be found around this issue. To the issue of the problems that we're experiencing is that this is lacking. This is lacking because we don't have we have had a lot of problems. We've had experienced people leave the department, the regulator in Durban. So at a local level, there's a lack of capacity. We don't have people monitoring. We don't have inspections and all that. At a provincial level, we have a similar thing, where there's a lot of chemicals being stored in logistics, warehousing. And we have huge amount of problems in those warehousing because there's a lot of fires, there's a lot of leaks, there's a lot of the dumping of the chemicals into the rivers and into the ocean. Now to the engine thing, Chair, let me just get to that because I think that's important. Why we say that the engine process is important and why we can move to a just transition. I think, Chair, so that we don't keep everybody waiting here, I think the engine process, Engine has announced in 2020 that they're going to move away from refining products in South Africa and they're going to move to importing, and they want to convert to a terminal, meaning they want to bring in a whole lot of storage tanks next to the community and provide and develop a terminal. But guess what? There's no information available. Even the reports from the explosion, not one report from the Department of Labor, from the independent specialist reports have been given to us. There's been a lack of government attending those meetings. So if Grant and other officials on here can tell me they've attended the engine meeting, they've not attended any engine meetings. And the company is doing what it wants to. Even the provincial government even the local government. So we don't have government sitting at the table where that information can be readily available and we can find solutions. So that's one of the things that is happening. But I think the just transition offers us a lot of things. We need a stakeholder forum. We need the members of parliament to ensure that the department develops a stakeholder forum so that the issue of a just transition, which this portfolio committee is responsible, and this Department of Environmental Affairs is responsible, so that we can sit around the table and ensure that the just transition does take place. We can talk about reskilling of people that will lose their jobs, because our major concern is the refinery is closing down. No one's talking about skilling of workers. Our people will be sitting at home and their families will be hungry. And this is not taking place. This is a vacuum that's taking place where the refineries already started to decommission. They call it decontamination. We've notified the Provincial Department of Environmental Affairs, EDTA, and there's no answer to that. And we know that this is taking place because the fumes and the chemicals are coming out and affecting people. We've written to them. There's been no responses of what is going on at the Engen refinery, despite the fact the refinery is not operating at all. But there's something going on there that's decontamination, that's decommissioning. We've had no responses from the national to the provincial to the local government in regard to what is going on, that this refinery has stopped on the 4th of December. A year later, we are neither wise or neither know anything. And despite us communicating, they appoint a facilitator, we still don't get the documents. Engen comes and tells the portfolio committee at a meeting on the 18th of January in Durban that they are committed to working together with the community. The chair, what we see is that does not happen. That does not happen. They've failed to release the information that is required so that and that is required under law, Chair. It's the laws of NEMA, the National Environmental Management Act. It's the laws of the Environmental Impact Assessment. It's the laws of the Air Quality Act in this country. It's the laws of the Bill of Rights, Section 24, that communities have a right to a clean and healthy environment. So we need that to be set up. We need the portfolio committee that came down, that questioned Engen, realized that Engen was inconvenient with the truth, because they went personally, the portfolio committee went on site at the Engen refinery and found that the refinery was rotten, that the refinery where the refinery blew up, exploded, that Engen did not reveal the whole truth. So I think we have come back to the portfolio committee. We trust the portfolio committee because they are the only ones that have really listened to us. And we've got somewhere because they came down, and the second time they came down here in October for UPL. So we are urging the portfolio committee, seek guidance on legal, but also ensure that there's a specialized committee of stakeholders, all involved, sitting around the table, and this refinery cannot get away with it. Like we've heard about Thor, where they can just disappear out of this country. We are worried about Engen doing the same thing because they could decommission this plant, and that's the end of them. And we can't allow that. We want them to be held responsible. There are people who have lost their jobs that will lose their jobs as well. They have a right to upskill and retrain those people. But more importantly, the community has high levels of asthma in Durban. When we were sitting at the meeting in 1998 with Comrade Nelson Mandela, we sat with him in meetings. We found that in those meetings from 95 to 98, we found that Engen committed themselves to working together with the community. And that has not happened because once Mandela had moved on, new ministers came in. But we got progressive legislation in this country. The Air Quality Act, the environmental legislation is very progressive. We do not have the implementation of the laws in this country to protect the citizens. Like you've heard, a similar case in the Mercury Thor case. We are saying in South Durban, the people we've done 2 health studies that show that high levels of chronic asthma, high levels of leukemia and asthma and cancer. We know that the government is aware of it. But here's a refinery that has exploded over 25 times. huge amount of explosion. How can we sit around a table and not talk about just transition? He has an opportunity to create better jobs for our people, create more jobs, but also move this refinery to clean up the remediation side, clean up the mess. They are doing things there, and there's been no paperwork. There's no law being implied in regard to remediation. Yet there's a law that talks to that, that says that you must clean, if you want to clean up your site that's got toxic waste, you must apply for a permit, you must apply for an EIA, and you must get all stakeholders involved. The engine refinery is not doing that. So we have a chance to fix the problem before it gets like Thor and before it runs out the country like what Thor Chemicals done. We have an opportunity to fix this refinery while it's still here and clean up that site properly and talk about just transition, because we don't want our people to be unemployed. The second thing we asked in the portfolio committee, all these illegal logistic parks that are setting up, similar to what happened in UPL, United Phosphorus Company, that blew up, that stored 5,000 chemicals. There are other plants similar. So we asked him for an inventory of all these chemicals. There must be an investigation. There must be, the department must be able to provide it within 3 months or 6 months at the latest. In South Durban, these things are all over the country, storing highly toxic chemical. How do they come through the border, our port of call? No one knows. It should trigger an environmental impact assessment. It should trigger a license. That's totally different to the rest of the companies. So we want that done, because that will give us security and safety, and people will be able to live in a clean environment. And if these things should never be near people, because when they blow up and explode, or if they dump their toxic waste, it's near poor people, it's near communities. The third thing we're seeking from the portfolio committee, we want the refineries and all these chemical companies to be called to the portfolio committee. There must be serious questions asked about them. Why are they, and also they must be called for, despite the fact that the engine refinery was called to parliament, they lied under oath. They never gave the facts to the parliamentarians. And I know that because when the parliamentarians came on the 18th of January 2021 to Durban, to the engine refinery, they asked them questions, but you said this in parliament, and they spoke something different. So we think that they must be summoned. The fifth thing we think that will help us as people who are affected all the time, we need an Mbizo with all these government officials and identify the laws that are weak, because there are many laws within the environmental things that have been weakened over the years, and allow these companies to operate under very weak standards and get away with it. So as I heard the chair saying earlier on, who is the person responsible for giving permission for a company to store 5,000 chemicals, or giving permission for decommissioning of a site without the stakeholders and communities involved in it, or other departments involving? I think that's very critical. A lot of that is happening, and nobody is able to answer to why we are getting these refineries, these chemical companies blowing up. That the fact that I'm sitting in Parliament today, and I really appreciate you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, that a plant exploded today. I'm sure, I don't know if any of the officials around the table are aware of it, that this plant exploded today in North Glens factory, a chemical factory. So what has happened? Can they not give us a report? Because since we met and we've had meetings with the MEC, we've had meetings with Grant Walters, we've had meetings with the minister, but the important issues that we are talking about has not been exchanged between the community and ourselves. The important issues that we're talking about, the continuous explosions and fires, are not being engaged with us, and the stakeholder committee that was supposed to set up is dragging its feet for over a year to be set up. And we wonder why all these things are taking place. We also think that the portfolio committee has a role to play to see whether how many personnel is doing the work in the city of Durban, in the provincial government, and at the national level to take oversight and to investigate, to do their due diligence, meaning that they go and do their work. How many people are there? And we think that part of the problem that there's hardly any officials that have been replaced to do the work, to monitor these chemical companies that are very toxic, very dangerous, to monitor the toxic landfill sites that are hopping up all over the show. I think, Chair, I'm going to leave it right there, and then because I think it's a lot, and I know, Chair, you'll need time to give the other people opportunities. So, Bongani, I'll go back to you, and if there are any questions, I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Des. I'm not sure if the chair will allow questions now or she will allow the next presenter, Kwanele.
Kwanele, can you proceed?
Thank you.
Kwanele, your microphone was on. I suspect you wanted to proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Kwanele Msizazwe.
Sorry, Bongani, who's next? Kwanele?
Asipile, plus the slide on, please. Asipile.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, proceed, Kwanele.
Okay, my name is Kwanele Msizazwe. I'm from Blackburn Village in Durban North. I'm here to talk about the incident that happened in UPL. UPL is the company which was storing dangerous chemicals, and we are the community which is less than a kilometer away from the company. So today, I just wanna ask some few questions, yes, I can say some few questions because the points that I've made on my slides were to get some feedback maybe on government representatives, including the MEC, which were here after 2 weeks or 3 weeks when the incident occurred. So they did told us there are purpose of visiting, and we gave them we answered their questions, or on what they asked us, because the questions that they asked us were like, how is the situation due to the fire that occurred at that warehouse which was storing dangerous chemicals, and the effects that has been that has
Colleagues, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, okay. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, proceed now.
Okay, thank you. So they were asking those questions like that, like, okay, what are the effects? How are we cooperating? All those kinds of questions. So I told them, because they were here, I'm a community leader, so I told them, how is it like? And the current situations that we were facing by that time until now, we are still facing those issues. And I even further asked them, because they did ask, what maybe do I think as a community leader could work as an advantage on the issues that I raised on that day. So it was something simple and easy to do, because I told them exactly that, okay, guys, this is a matter of urgency, more especially in the health side. So as we are the community which is only relying on a public clinic, which is coming only once a week. So I asked them that, due to the reports that were released by the company called UPL, that the chemicals, or by the scientists which were doing all those analyses. So I just asked them that, okay, due to these reports, we just need a medical checkup or a clinic which is going to deal with these issues on health impacts that the chemical might cause in our lives, because the river which is passing by Blackburn, the Ohlange River, going to the ocean, is the one which was the first report on the paper that there were tons of fishes found dead nearby the river. So that river, as it passes by our community, every day we are smelling the bad smell and intolerable smell. So people are suffering from health. It's hard to cough. Some of them have problems like blocked nose, all those kinds of diseases. Others who have symptoms of asthma, they are struggling very much now. Even some of the people who were working, they are not even, they have left their jobs because of their health issues. As we are having a 1 day a week public clinic, it's not helping now due to the incident that occurred. Next slide, please. So we are even facing like challenges on people who were just doing things for themselves. Like there are people here in the village who are doing planting. They have vegetable gardens. As their gardens are nearby the river, their crops are getting damaged, and they are even scared now to eat those vegetables, because I told them that, guys, I thought this maybe was going to take few weeks, then we were going to get feedback. As one of the investigators were even taking samples of those vegetables, then I thought maybe they were going to come back with the feedback to us soon. Now, they never came back. Not only them, there's a company called Apex Environmentals, which is dealing with which was doing the investigation. So we allowed them. We fill about 400 forms. Then they took back all those forms. Or the questions on those forms were like, how does this chemical affected the people of the community? Did maybe people of the Blackburn community experienced health issues? The responses were like straightforward. People were experiencing new problems in their health. As we speak now, there are still those challenges, and I see government letting us down as people who are living mostly in areas. When I'm saying disadvantaged areas, I mean in informal settlement, not only on issues like these, but there are some of the issues we are facing, like public service. Every time here in South Africa, when you need something if you don't do it the hard way, you will never receive anything. So there is young generation aging from 4 to 12 years. Their parents are always complaining to us as community leaders that they don't sleep peaceful nights now anymore. Their kids have problem of short breathing at night, and even in those times like 4 a.m.s and 3 a.m.s, they are coughing like never, like the way that they never saw before. And we are like, every time when there was heavy rains, we will be smelling like a terrible smell from the river. I believe that the chemical has split in all the surface or in all the land that is here. As I said earlier, that we are just a kilometer away from the warehouse. So all that chemical now is all over this place. If you can visit our community, you will see even plants are dry. It's like it's winter time here in Blackburn, while we all know that this is summertime. Plants supposed to be green, flourishing, flowers, all those kinds of stuff. But here it's like a desert. Next slide, please. Okay, now the access to the information, there is a big gap. There is a big gap. And it keeps me wondering why people are doing this to us. On the first place, why would you come to someone to ask questions, but you are not giving back the responses on those questions? Maybe they are not respecting us, or they are undermining us, maybe because of where we live, or they see us like I don't know. I don't know the correct word. Maybe I can say in order for people maybe to get to understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand your frustration. I do understand where you come from, Kwane.
Yes, ma'am. So yes. So it's like now, you see, when you are leading people, sometimes you got to have skills, like leadership skills. You see, ever since government representatives came here and the other stakeholders which are dealing with the matter of UPL, the community have been relying on us. We've been urging with them to tell them to come. We got it all covered, but now we can see it's getting out of hand. So if it's getting out of hand, people now are sick and they are angry at the same time. Tomorrow, you don't know maybe what actions they could do. And the only thing that will come first, because obviously the actions that they will take is to misbehave. Then when they misbehave, government knows that they need to send the police. Then the police will come here. I know the police are doing their job, but now the reasoning of the misbehave is the very important part I think the SAP department needs to take into consideration in some of the incidents, because they will be sent in those situations to try to calm down those those chaoses. Then
I think you have made your point, Cornelia. I'm reading this. I wish I could just get underneath the table. The way you put it here on the screen, we all can read this. Can we then move forward? I think you've overemphasized that, and I've read. This is how we take you ourselves as government. It's very, I don't know, embarrassing if I must say that. But let's move towards the end, because yes, you have overemphasized that. I think now you are proceeding. Yes, I wanted you to move on that aspect. We have seen what is written there. Okay. Sure. You see now, you are even having a bandwidth problem before you even finish. Proceed. Colleagues, I'm still there. Am I still there?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. You see, he was emphasized a lot of things. Now he ran out of bandwidth. But I should think, are you still there, Kwanele?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you repeat what you were saying, please?
No, I said move. You see, I feel like getting underneath the table the way you were raising issues there. So at least you have overemphasized how you would spit it. It's fine. Proceed. Then meetings that took place, what do you want to say about the file? Proceed.
Can you guys? Hello? Okay,
yes.
okay.
Deal with the slide that is on the screen so that we wrap up.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Then we can engage.
Did you go through it? Ne?
Yes.
Okay. So
deal with the next slides, but don't repeat time and again. Just deal with the critical issues so that we can finish up. Ne? Okay. Proceed. You're on the meeting that took place about the fire. Proceed.
Okay. Yes. So we've been engaging with surrounding us which were affected. So this is where I've been saying the same voice time and again of asking for medical assistance, because we really need some. Because 95 of January next year, if we could get maybe specialists to come and do tests on the people of Blackburn.
Kwanele, we can't hear you, my brother.
Next slide, please. Or is that all?
Yeah, that was the last slide.
That's the end of it. We've read it.
Okay.
We should then proceed. Then I think we've heard you. Though you didn't present the last slide, but you could read what was on the slides. It's okay. Let's end it here so that we need to interact with your presentation. As I'm looking for the hands, we were, I think, the leader of the government delegation, DDG. I'm battling to pronounce your surname, Vanessa. How do you pronounce your surname?
It's Benderman, Madam Chair.
Vanessa, what comes to mind? Because we got a report, presentation that was made to us as a committee. And then listening to the people, what comes to mind is that this community is sidelined. And then to us, it means the report that you gave us as a department is a count of your own perspective together with the consultant that was involved. Because when you listen to the presenter now, and on the report that you have just given us 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, and you listen to this, Kwanele, you can see this is just a confirmation that whatever was done, these people were sidelined. And then when they're saying this, then I look back to say this is against the committee's recommendation of an inclusive structure that will have community representatives. Maybe as and when you'll be responding to the questions, allowing my colleagues to say, you need to tell us who are these community members in the stakeholder structure that you said it was composed of. Then that's the issue that one then, because honestly, when you listen to this, I have got this feeling, I think honorable person, the rest of the colleagues will agree to say, if this is the attitude that we have towards the people, it's so bad as if these people are not our people. I'm sorry, I need to say this, but listening to this and based on what the reports we got 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, we were sitting on this matter, then this is what comes to mind. Honorable Brian, who want to speak again on the matter, but that's how I'm feeling. Honorable Brian.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's just a few thoughts and points, and just to thank you to both of the presenters, Mr. Desar, for their courage and also their persistence in bringing forward the interests and the concerns of the community. I think, without such strong voices, we would certainly not know as much as we do about the plight of so many people who've been affected, not only by issues relating to NGEM, but also the issues relating to UPL. Just a couple of thoughts, Chair. I know we are pushed for time, but just a couple of thoughts, and I'm not asking for responses, but just in terms of some of the issues that have been raised, I agree with Mr. Desar that the DFFE needs to play a far more active role when it comes to environmental approvals. And I know this was something that was raised by Honourable Singh in one of our recent meetings as well, when we were talking about some of the issues relating to the Wild Coast, and that is that the environmental competency that falls within DFFE, we can't have that outsourced to other departments, and then after the fact say, well, we could have done a bit more. We should have conducted more oversight here or there. And I think going forward, that really is something that we have to work towards addressing. And the only way for us to really effectively do that is through policy and legislation. I also agree with Mr. Desar that we should summon NGEN back to our PC at some stage in the coming year to address some of these questions, particularly around this issue of the stakeholder forum. That was something that we were assured was going to be set up post-haste, and it doesn't appear that that has taken place. And it's also quite sad to hear of the ongoing absence of the city government being involved in these processes. I know when we did our oversight at the beginning of the year, I think there were only 1 or 2 people from the city there. It was just the local councillor, and there was really sort of a concerted a voice coming through from the community saying, where is the municipal administration? I think it's a really central role that needs to be played. And I think it was the same challenge that was faced with the UPL issue. So yeah, those are my thoughts, Chairperson. But thank you again to both the presenters, and it really is just devastating to hear firsthand of the way the environment looks in that area, but also in terms of the most recent presenter. I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name, but in terms of the issues around compensation, I know it was mentioned that a lot is going into improving the environment, and that is certainly something which is central. But perhaps these issues around compensation are also something that should be directed towards Labour to see if they can possibly assist in terms of that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, where's the sound?
Honorable Paulson, over to you.
Yeah.
Then it will be Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order.
Chairperson, I concur with the Honorable Bryant. It's just, and yourself, Chairperson, it's almost unbelievable that our people can be enduring such hardship at the hands of rampant capitalism, who will make money at all costs, no matter how many lives are affected by the accidents, and the lack of making proper provision in event of any outbreak of this nature or any catastrophe of this nature. And once again, Chairperson, in the case of UPL, what happened there was a lot of the damage could have been contained had the city had the proper equipment to extinguish those fires. Foam, for example, which would prevent a lot more of the hazardous chemicals going into the ground and eventually seeping into the river and destroying an entire ecosystem. And they are as much to blame. If you're going to have a facility like this operate within your jurisdiction, and these are the risks associated with it, you are then duty bound to prepare for those eventualities, but that wasn't the case. But be that as it may, Chairperson, we must make sure that whoever is responsible for damaging the lives and livelihoods of our people, that they are held to account. But more importantly, Chairperson, I want to know, in terms of the communities that are affected by this, Wentworth, Canubia, Wentworth in the case of the engine disaster of last year, and then the North Durban Canubia area affected by the UPL fires. I want to know, in terms of the communities and the health risks associated with these disasters, if the community is taken care of, as the city, the province, as national responded to the healthcare needs. That's critical at this stage. What has been done, because I know there were many problems with health and also the homes in the affected, caused by the engine disaster, and also in Canubia there were a lot of people affected by the UPL fire. So what's the condition of the community? What is being done to assist them with their healthcare needs, with those affected by whose homes were affected by the disaster also? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Person. Can I hand over to Honorable Mbata? Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, Chair, the report that, like you have said, the report that we got, it was a report that it looks as if the UPL one, that everything was in order and the community and all other stakeholders were involved in that report. But you can hear from Wanele, and you can hear that there's
Honorable Mbata, are you frozen? Honorable Mbata? Oh. Colleagues, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
It's
Yes.
Honorable Mbata who has disappeared. I saw her getting frozen, but nevertheless, if she comes back, there's no any other hand. Let's then hand over to, this is the department that needs to respond. Yeah, over to you, Vanessa and team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I'm going to request my director responsible for enforcement, Grant Walters, who's also been working intimately with regard to the UPL matter, to respond on the UPL and also to touch on the engine. I do also have officials from the air quality that will comment on the issues raised in that regard on the air quality. Thank you, Chair. Grant?
Thank you, DDJ. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good evening once again, Honorable members. In terms, if I may start off with the UPL incident, in terms of our presentation to the Portfolio Committee a couple of weeks ago, we highlighted a couple of things. The first thing was the preliminary compliance profile of UPL. And one of the issues that stood out when we were doing the report and as we were feeding back to the Portfolio Committee was that there is a dire need for us to assist as very best as we can the province as well as the municipality in terms of the chemical industry in general in the KwaZulu-Natal province. Over and above that, we also committed to undertake a full-scale compliance audit on all of the agrochemical industries within the country on a national level. And that work is currently being planned, and it will be rolled out as quickly as we possibly can. Early on in the new year, we will do that. The other issue was a couple of the commitments that we did make. The repository of information is there. It's regularly updated. The information, any a member of the public can access that platform and can draw any of the information from that system. And so the repository is there. In addition to that, Honourable Chair, we also indicated that the MEC of the province established a multi-stake or at least an interim multi-stakeholder forum towards the end of October. That interim forum was tasked to provide the government authorities as well as the MEC a detailed terms of reference indicating how the stakeholders would like to see everything play out. That report, I was advised just today, was delivered to the MEC by the interim chairperson of that forum. I also need to indicate, Honourable Chair, that the members of that forum consist of Mr. Mzazwi is on that forum, Mr. Rico Euripido is on that forum, together with a few other members representing a wide scale, different sectors of the community. So the members are there. That interim report will now highlight to us how to go about interacting with the community. But over and above that, Honourable Chair, and as we also committed to do during our presentation, we said that a permanent or semi-permanent at least clinic will be established. There was a little slippage in the time frame. We committed to have that established in the early parts of December, but that will be in place by the 18th of this month. In addition to that, throughout this week and just before the portfolio committee, we were engaged in a meeting just to see how we're going to roll out the communication in respect of that. And that will be done. It will start from Saturday and it will run right up to Tuesday of next week. We've expanded that program, Honourable Chair, not only to those members that were interviewed, as Mr. Mzazwe has said, the 400 that was contacted within the Blackburn community, but that has now been expanded to everyone who may have felt that they have been impacted by this particular incident. So that extends beyond Blackburn, the Blackburn community. It will deal with anybody that felt that they have been impacted can go and they could get medical assistance from that particular clinic that was established. That clinic will have connections, or it will be connected to private clinicians on various levels, cardiologists, neurologists, and a range of other specialists. We've chosen the Mdloti facility because that is a facility, or the infrastructure is currently owned by the eThekwini municipality. It is currently being resourced. There's a variety of instrumentation, computers, nurses, etc., that needed to be, obviously the equipment needed to be procured. It is there now. The nurses are going through a process of training in terms of the assessments that needs to be undertaken. So that is currently happening. That will be in place on the 18th, no later than the 18th of December. We do understand that the communication was not as readily as we should have done it, but that will roll out from this weekend until about Tuesday, Tuesday next week. So anybody that's affected by the incident can go. We also presented at the last hearing of the portfolio committee the interim results that we received from the pesticide fallout in relation to the air dispersion modeling that was done. We also presented or informed the committee that the Blackburn community was impacted for a certain period of time, and that was during the duration of the fire incident, which lasted approximately from the 12th, 13th of July to when it was eventually put out, which was around about the 22nd. But we also communicated that the peak of the fire only existed for a certain portion of time. And there we had quite a bit of a release of particular matter, 2.5. But we also indicated that the contaminants in the facility found its way, the majority of which was not evaporized as a result of the fire, but it was expelled in the stormwater system, and that is where it ended up within the aquatic environment. So as it stands, and as we communicated to the portfolio committee, there is still quite a big risk to the environment in that area, and it's going to take quite a long time for it to be remediated or to be rehabilitated. There's various issues that are happening on that. It's something that we are busy with almost on a daily basis. Just today as well, we were engaging on certain aspects as a result of rainfall that we're planning for, just emergency measures that needs to be put in place, and a whole range of other issues that are happening on the UPL side of things. Honourable Chair, as I've said, is that the MEC of the province met with the interim chairperson of the multi-stakeholder forum. That happened today at 11:30. And I need to still get a report back from them. And as soon as I do, I would feed back to the committee what the findings or the proposals from that engagement was. We also presented at the last meeting was that UPL elected as well to utilize the appeal provisions in terms of the NEMA, Section 43, to challenge our directive that we had issued. In that directive, it set out various steps or issues that reports that needed to be filed within certain time frames, and etc. That appeal decision was made by the MEC yesterday, and in terms of the outcome was that the MEC felt that the appeal provisions do not apply specifically to this matter, but in his opening remarks, he completely aligned himself with the position of the various departments that are involved in this particular matter. And that decision, as it stands, is being uploaded, or if it has not already been uploaded, on the repository. In the meantime, Honourable Chair, we have been engaging with UPL in order to move the process of remediation forward while the MEC was considering that appeal. There were reports, interim reports that were filed. Our colleagues are in field dealing with UPL specialists as well, just to get to a point of getting an alignment of that reports, getting it done properly the way that we want to be done, so that it can inform a longer term integrated remediation strategy. And that is currently where we are in terms of this issue. We do, however, admit, and as we've said all along, is that the environment was severely impacted as a result of that particular incident, and the remediation thereof is going to take, just for it to take effect, probably 2-3 years, but it will probably take, anecdotal evidence is telling us, probably up to 20 years to recover completely every aspect of it, not only freshwater, but the marine environment as well. On the issues that were raised overall on the engine and the engine incident, that particular incident was lodged with the provincial department in KwaZulu-Natal. There were various actions that were taken, and it will be up to us to go back and to find exactly where they are in terms of the engagement with the community. That is certainly something that I could circle back to the province and ensure that the communication reaches all of the members or the affected community. But the provincial department is busy with, they are busy with that particular issue at this point in time. I'm not sure if I've covered all of the issues related to what has been asked. But certainly, just in terms of the health-related particular matters, is that this is something that we take extremely seriously. I mean, it was not only, we extended the clinic that's deployed into the Blackburn community. We extended it just after that fire incident to a week thereafter, where anybody could have accessed that particular facility. And now, that clinic still goes every single Monday. However, over and above that, as I've said, the clinic at Mdloti will be established no later than the 18th of December. I've also learned with these particular issues is that as the matter progresses, the dynamic situation, it keeps us a bit humble when it comes to committing exactly to time frames. But the clinic will be there. The communication is currently being prepared, and it will be delivered to the community at least this week. And so if there's any information that is required on that, even to the extent that the community feels that we need to enter with on an ad hoc basis, I suppose from now until the 18th, they are they're free to contact me, and I will definitely make sure that they get in touch with the relevant people. So on that point, I will hand over to your Honourable Chair or to my DDG.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think Grant has covered most of the aspects. I think one of the issues that I wanted to cover, Honourable Chair, and to the members, I think what an important point to be raised is that we are sitting with legislation and policies where there are concurrent competencies with local and provincial government. And I think that is where a lot of the difficulty comes in when the community wants to reach out for information. And as you indicated, Honourable Chair, we do not want the community to be sent from pillar to post from one department to another. So we need to ensure that there's closer collaboration. We need to ensure that, as government, we are able to respond, to the community and not refer them from one department to another. However, we need to also ensure that we comply with our respective mandates. But we have taken note of all the concerns that have been raised, and even if the issues are being dealt with either provincially or locally, we will reach out to the respective departments to try to ensure that this information gets to the community, and that we want me to elaborate further. I do have other members on the team that can comment further in terms of the stakeholder engagement. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, DDG. Then I see the hand of Cornelia. What is it that, Cornelia, you want to raise?
Ask one question, Mr. Walters. He mentioned that the clinic that is coming here every Monday was implemented after the incident. If you can answer that, then I'm going to continue.
No, you won't have a dialogue with him. What is the point that you are trying to bring home? I don't want you to have a dialogue. If he said something that you are not in agreement with, you'll say that and bring the fact home. That dialogue, I'm not going to allow it. Let me hear my colleagues, because I was giving you a chance to thought maybe there's something material that you're saying is not, you want to respond based on the responses. But let me hear my colleagues, because I want to allow you a question and answer session panel. Otherwise, we are going to be counterproductive here, and I don't want that. If there are issues that are not correct, you should have raised it to say, what somebody has said is not correct. This is the status quo. We move. Dialogue, we're not in that environment. Just hold on there. Let me hear my other colleagues first. Honorable Mbata and Honorable Mdise, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this, I won't open my video so that I don't get cut. But I wanted to say that in the report of the department, I want to raise this here, that on the UPL, at first, when we were in Durban during the oversight visit, the Department of Health said this company, UPL, didn't apply for a hazardous license. But on the report that came from the department, it was saying that they did comply. So somewhere, somehow, there is no true reflection of what exactly transpired, because they can't start storing the chemicals, especially the hazardous one, without the hazardous substance license from the Department of Health, and they were supposed to be charged by the Department of Health, and we haven't had that. And the other thing, there was an issue with the MSD material safety data sheet, which is one of the key compliance from the Occupational Health and Safety Act, that it took time until it was presented to us by the department, and I'm not sure whether it's the original one. And then the other thing I want to say is that I've noticed that while we were there, the farmers were working as normal as if nothing has happened. And yet, if there was that chemical spillage, those sugarcane fields were contaminated. What happened to those sugarcane fields? And what happened to those laborers who were working whilst there was a disaster of this UPL spillage? And the other thing is that if you look at the report that was demanded by the Amapungani, it said most of the chemical that was there was arsenic chemical, which is highly toxic. And I didn't hear the department telling us how best can they deal with that. And the other thing is that the community is right. There must be communication between the department and the community. And if Mr. Grant said that they are using Gloti facility, I have explained that you don't use any facility in cases like this. You use a specific facility which has occupational health practitioners who are experienced and qualified and certified to do the work. Because you can hear he's saying that these nurses must be trained in order to do what they are supposed to do. Because this work must be done by the occupational health nurses and the infection control nurses. And in the last engagement with the department, I requested that from the Department of Health, they mustn't only involve the environmental health practitioner unit, they must involve the occupational disease unit, and also infection control unit, and also the occupational health unit, so that we have a comprehensive approach towards approaching this thing. And there must be some awareness to the community on these issues, on how best they can protect themselves whilst there's this problem. And I'm still saying that, Chairperson, let's have all the departments where we can see the portfolio committee, where we can see, even the department must work with them like they are working with them. Like we need the labor also, we need health, we need water department, like as the portfolio committees also. We need to sit down, because if there's a committee that works as a team of multi-sectoral, why can't we sit as a multi-sectoral portfolio committees and make sure that we resolve these things? Because the UPL and the previous one and the engine, it's worse with engine, because engine is right in the middle, next to the community, next to the school and next to the community houses, just like the UPL. And also what is worse is that you can't issue a license or a permit to such a plant where there are houses, communities, and also the schools nearby. You can't. There must be a distance, because all those chimneys, when they go up, that air pollution, it comes back to the community. And let me tell you, there were pictures of the houses that were damaged by the blast of engine. There were pictures of the community members that were injured. And there's no compensation that is being said about those people, because they need to be compensated. Like I've said before, it's the same thing like I said in the first presentation. to say the Occupational Health and Safety Act says the employer must protect the employees that are working in the plant, and also the visitors, including the nearby communities. So again, we need to force Engine, we need to force UPL, like the one that we have done before, to say, let these people be compensated. Because when we went for oversight visit, I want to say it clearly, we didn't go to the community to see where the community, what happened to the community, but we were at the hall. And I will suggest or propose that we need to revisit these three, the UPL, the Engine, and this one, the Cartridge. Those three. We at least the Cartridge, we haven't visited it. But these other two, we need to revisit. And I said also, I'm repeating, let's not allow these companies to dominate us by giving us presentation. We must go and do a fact finding, then come back understanding that our own communities are suffering, and that we are to be blamed as portfolio committee if we go there and we come back and still community come back to us. We need to put our foot down. Enough is enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Mdisi.
Chair, it is my conviction that I'm at least visible.
There's a shadow behind you, of you holding your hand like this.
I don't know.
Do as background.
Clearly, technology is dealing with me, Chair.
Yes.
But Chair, thank you very much. For some reason, I chose to reserve my comments, but one must confess that some of these issues get as they get discussed, one gets emotional. And before I go there, Chair, I must welcome your ruling. It's a very powerful ruling against the dialogue between the presenters. Otherwise, would be caught between dust and fire. It's a good decision. But two, we must condemn the department in the harshest and strongest terms. It is clear that there is no interaction between the department and the affected community. And I strongly recommend that the department comes clean with us. They must clean their floor first before they come to us. Because it does not need prima facie evidence to arrive at the determination that what is being presented here is lies, is deceit, is fallacy, and grandstanding by the department. And it is wrong. A fundamental question that arises, Chair, is how long does it have to take for us to get a well-crafted and comprehensive report from the department to the portfolio committee on the state of affairs of UPL, where it began, where we intervened, why we went there, and how far we are and how far they've intervened to this extent? How long does it take? I think that is the quest that we need to venture into. And this is the cry of this community. And a direct question that we need to ask from the department. When last did they go there? What is it that they found when they went there? In that area between the issue of UPL and the issue of NG. When last did they go there and what is it that they found? But why is it that as a portfolio committee that is responsible for oversight and the operational issues, oversight of the department, why is it that we have not interfaced with these things? And how, when will we get this report? My two last points, Chair. We do not care about capital and big monopoly. We do not care about those who are interested about making money, because those are not people who elected us. We are responsible for the people. We are representatives of the people, and we must say this outrightly without wavering and unflinching, without blinking. We must be clear that we represent the people, and the people are the fact that they came to us as a portfolio committee means that they have reached the ceiling. And if we do not intervene at this level, they do not have anywhere else to go. So we have a duty, morally, legally, and otherwise, to intervene in the interest of our people. They have raised these issues many times before. The department must come clean with us, and we do not want to expose our dirty linen in the midst of any other people. But let the department come clean to us so that we are able to intervene decisively in the interest of our people and in the interest of government that we are representing. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The two hands, can they go down? Did you, Vanessa? And Tim, did you hear what the two members have said? Yes, follow up.
Honorable Chair, yes, I have.
What's your response?
Chairperson, I am concerned regarding some of the comments that have been made. I do not believe that as a department we are misleading or misrepresenting the portfolio committee. And I would request that we provide a further briefing to the portfolio committee, specifically on the UPL and the engine issues as raised, to clarify, Chairperson, some of the issues, in terms of the stakeholders and the Chair, that we be given an opportunity to properly present and respond to the concerns that have been raised.
Simply asked, do you know any of the three people who are here today? Have you ever engaged with them? Because the issue that you in your report, we propose that you need to have a multi-structure inclusive of community representatives. That was the decision of the committee for the oversight. Then there are the three people, the presentation, the three colleagues that have spoken here, they saying they're representing the community, and this is the situation. Because isn't that you are denying that to say when Honorable Mdi says you are not being told the truth? Maybe I'm trying to rephrase it to say you are saying you are denying that. Then have you ever met with any of the three that are here? Because they couldn't have just returned to us if they don't represent the stakeholder. And maybe you must explain to us now, who are they are here, they will be able to tell us whether you know those communities. Who are the community representatives in the stakeholder structure? That's a simple and straightforward question. That also deals with the question that Honorable Mbata raised to say, when last did you actually, when you are doing this investigation, were you doing it yourselves or you are using consultants? Because it's two things here now that I'm saying. That's why the elements of misrepresenting the truth, because remind me of the date when they come to present to us. We were all there in that meeting when there was a presentation on the UPL updated report. I'm trying to look at it now. Yeah, the time I stood up and picked it up, it's here in front of me. It's all that report. And there's a side wherein you're talking about the community. So that's why I think it's the feeling of each and every member here. You can deny it or not, but there's also elements of misrepresenting the truth here. It's either the community that is here that is not telling us the truth, or yourself. But the issue is that then, why would they take pains to come here and not tell us the truth? Because the issue here, like I've indicated in my earlier preamble, I think you are doing these other things with whoever you are doing it. And then this is your perspective together with the consultants that are involved. At the same time, one has got a feeling that the community, which some of us, like what Honorable Mdisa said, we represent, is being sidelined. So that's the issue, to say the people who wrote to us, definitely, unless Kwanele, you want to tell us you are not the community, there's some other community there, not yourselves. Because at the same time, Kwanele is saying you came, you consulted us, but you never gave us feedback. You see that thing that was written in bold. I hope you saw them as he was presenting. Or you want me to take you through DDG, where you were saying or not? Did you see that? To show that you once went to them and asked for questions, but then the issue here, there was no feedback. You were able to come and give us feedback that you didn't give back to the community. That's the issue that we were trying to raise, because with us, you came and gave us progress report. But it was the same progress report given to the same people, because whoever are saying, if you have read what they've presented, is that it's like people came to us some immediately after the incident has happened. Since then, we've never heard anything from them. I think that's the truth that Honorable Mdisa and everybody is talking to about. You were able to come and give us the feedback as a portfolio committee, but you didn't go back to them to give them the update. That's the issue here. You're still denying that. You say you went to these people, so they are just making it. They are here. The beauty about it is they are here, they'll speak. That's why I'm trying to raise this issue with you, DTG. Yes. So you cannot be coming here to say when people were saying we're not told the truth, to say you deny that. Because that's the facts that's on the table before us here. You see, that maybe we can ask on communication. There was a slide that deals with information. You saw it. And they are not responding to it. You're saying these other things. That's what prompted Honorable Mbata and Honorable Mdisa to be so strong on these matters. That's the issue. And I think we stick by that as a committee. This is how we are feeling and how we are seeing it, unfortunately. I said that earlier. I'm glad Honorable Mbata raised it. And then Honorable Mdisa was so strong on it. Maybe myself, when I raised I was too diplomatic. That's why they didn't hear me. But the issue here, we meant the misrepresenting of the truth. So either who's telling the truth between the two. The beauty about it, you are both here. I'll hand it over to you. If you still deny it, DDG, then Kwanele and the team will start so that we see then how do we move forward. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I believe that Mr. Grant Walters, in his response, did indicate the individuals that he had, in fact, interacted with as part of the consultation. And he specifically mentioned Kwanele, Bungani, and Rico. I can get him on the line, or I can hand over to him to clarify. And perhaps we have, I'm not sure if Mr. Walters can confirm, if there is a register in terms of the engagements, Honourable Chair, so that, we can clarify exactly who in the community we have in fact engaged and consulted with. I agree with you. It is important for us to be very clear on exactly who in the community we are engaging with. So I would request Grant to clarify that, Honourable Chair, in terms, and it is important, if the issue is regarding whether we are, after consultations, if we are not providing regular updates to the community, that is something we will look into in terms of how we engage further with the community. But from the presentation or the response from Mr. Walters, is he confirmed that he had engaged, and we need to just improve and clarify that. If the Honourable Chair will allow me to hand over to Mr. Walters, because he has been personally involved in the matter. We are not relying on consultants to do this, Honourable Chair. My team are there and they're working on the ground. on this matter. So I would request Mr. Walters, if you would allow me to just clarify that issue, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Right.
Thank
you,
Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, DDG. Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, I was personally in KwaZulu-Natal towards the end of October when the MEC launched the multi-stakeholder forum. And in that particular engagement, when the interim committee was formed, we had on the panel, there's 8 individuals that are represented. Mr. Kwanele, Rico is included, and between Setsi is included as well. Des was there together with Pongani. And in that, Honorable Chair, I have got a report that was compiled by the interim chairperson of that particular committee, who had indicated to us that there were a couple of engagements between the representatives. And they delivered that particular report, as I indicated earlier, to the MEC of the province this morning at 11:30. And that whole platform, the multi-stakeholder forum, was there. I did the opening remarks in that particular forum, where we indicated in no uncertain terms that that forum would be there for meaningful engagement with the community. So we were looking forward to have this final terms of reference, that it could be presented to us so that we could now proceed. This is a long-term project. It's not going to end at the end of this year. We're in it for quite some time. But for us, just the sectors that are impacted by this is very, very wide. And for us, it just made sense to have a stakeholders forum so that we could engage constructively with the members of that forum. And yeah, so that happened, and I have the report. I have the report with me. I can make it available to the Honourable Chair straight after this meeting. And as I've said, I've just not interacted with the attorneys in the office of the MEC yet, but I will do that first thing tomorrow morning to hear what was the outcome of that particular engagement. Also, when we met with the portfolio committee, we listed in our presentations the number of times that the MEC himself was involved and interacted with the community on this particular matter. And those engagements and the list of engagements were there. It's there. I presented a slide at the portfolio committee on the 10th and 11th of August of this year as well. So yeah, that's where that matter is, Honourable Chair.
Yeah. Kwanele, are you still now raising what you were saying?
Yes.
Because you are part of the stakeholder according to Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to us. We want to close this meeting. Bongan, can you address us? Because when Desmond is the same thing. Bongan, you'll be the one that starts. We need to come to the end of this meeting now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, my plea was for the last presentation to please allow it, Chair. DCLM community.
To do it?
There's a community chair. The last presenters of tonight, they haven't presented, Chair, about the DCLM landfill site. If you may please allow them, Chair.
But the problem you see now, you didn't list, you still, you are Durban South, né? And you allow us to take time and deliberate, not even reminding us there's another committee. I'm hearing it for the first time now. Desmond, assist us, you wanted to talk to the last thing before I go to the other one.
I think that what Grant is not saying, when he talks about a multi-stakeholder, he means UPL, government, and all of them. That is not what's set up. What is set up is a stakeholder committee. They have a multi-stakeholder forum, right? That's government, that is UPL only. All decisions are made there. Then they have a stakeholder of the community on its own with no government. That's what he's talking about. That is not a multi-stakeholder. That means that they're your conduit. The decisions are made in a stakeholder forum, and then if we deliberate and we say we want, they can decide not to give you the information. And that's what has happened so far. So that forum has not got off the ground. The only forum that has got off the ground is the joint tiers of government together with UPL. We are not even sitting there, Chair. That's what it is, and Grant must say that.
Okay. Grant, I know it's a multi-stakeholder forum, but do you hear what Desmond is saying now?
Yes, Honourable Chair. So if I could just contextualize that. We have a joint operations committee. That committee constitutes of a number of government authorities. And as I indicated earlier, Honourable Chair, we engage UPL and their specialists, the specialist team and our specialist teams have been interacting for quite some time. We've had in-field assessments. We presented on that in the last engagement. We are interacting quite actively with the specialist team. Just today, earlier today, we met with the specialist team in terms of setting up proactive measures in order to just to foresee the rainfall events that are coming through now. So we're putting in measures with UPL specialist teams. I also said earlier, Honourable Chair, is that UPL elected to use the provisions of Section 43 to request not to suspend, but to appeal the directive that we had issued. But what we did still, because that directive automatically suspends all the operation of the instructions, and what we still did was we forced UPL to meet with us so that all the measures implemented on the ground does not stop, because that actively was what that appeal meant. But besides that, we did not throw our hands up in the air. We actively engaged with UPL, with their lawyers, and we forced them to continue with the measures that they were doing even prior to that particular directive. The stakeholder, as I've said, Honourable Chair, the stakeholder group, that was an interim committee. Their task was to finalize the terms of reference so that we could start as the job. I was at the meeting at the end of October where I made a commitment to the community to meaningfully engage with it. That commitment stands. And that forum and that terms of reference will guide those discussions. In fact, as it stands now, is that the directive that was issued, where I said that it was ruled within the authority's favor, now forces UPL to engage the community. That decision is there, Honourable Chair. It is there. They've actually just asked. I've seen communication from the attorneys where they asked for the terms of reference to be provided to UPL, because as government, we are forcing them into that engagement process by virtue of that directive. So those are the two committees that are there. It's a committee, a job with various working groups underneath it. Various mediums are discussed because this incident is quite a big one. We can't meet one group, many people. We broke it down into smaller working teams. Those engagements happen literally on a daily basis. To answer the question, when last were we there? Today. I had an official there today. They monitor the situation every single day. We're there, we're on the ground. If the community even wants to go see certain measures, we can't obviously take them through the entire areas, but from a vantage point, we're quite comfortable to to explain what is happening.
Okay.
Over to you, Honorable Chair, sorry.
No, it's fine. That's why I said okay. I think we need to close this matter. Honorable Mchun, before maybe you'll propose a way forward better than I'm thinking. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, it's clear now that what Honorable Mbata and Honorable Disa were saying is true. The explanation that is being given is not convincing. So I'll propose, Honorable Chair, that we as a portfolio committee, we do need to go back to the Black Band community and have that meeting and try to talk to the community. But again, secondly, Honorable Chair, I propose that the department do play their role, because the issue of having small committees, working committees, when they've been presenting to us what they were calling a multi-stakeholder forum. Because a multi-stakeholder forum, it means each and every stakeholder is participating in that particular forum. But in this case, it's not happening. So they must admit that they've not done it the way that it's supposed to be done. So they must go back and convene a multi-stakeholder forum that is going to be inclusive. And then, as the portfolio committee in the beginning of the year, Chair, I propose that we go back to the communities. We have those oversight visits again. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's fair enough. Is it Mr. Waters? Will I be fair to you if I'm saying outside of this meeting, engage with Musa, Desmond, and Cornell, and you revert back to us? How have you found each other? Will I be demanding so much from you, Mr. Waters?
Not at all, Honorable Chair. Not at all.
You can agree on a possible way forward. Then you'll be the one that give us feedback as a committee. And we trust you on that way.
Absolutely,
that you give them information, because the issue here is access to information. The stakeholders. Can we do that? Whoever is the team member, you make him liaise with these three colleagues. Then on a regular basis, as a senior official, will be the one that gives us updates as and when we interact on this matter. Then we'll have closed all these steps of communication. How about that, Mr. Waters?
Absolutely, I commit to do it as early as tomorrow.
Thank you so much. You have their details. You can liaise with Chileka if you don't have their details, so that as a quick win, before you even go on holiday, this matter of communication and the status of the matter is communicated with these affected people. Is it okay?
100%.
And then the other group that Wongani said need to present is something different from what we were discussing, Wongani?
Yes, Chair. I think it's very important. Okay. It has to do with TCLM, Land for Site. So I'll hand over to Sunel and thank you.
Sure. Okay. Proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Good evening.
Oh, this is Dolphin. Dolphin Coast Air Pollution.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, honourable members, department members, colleagues, and all in attendance. Thank you very much for allocating some of your precious time for this meeting. I am going to try and contact this because of the lateness of the evening. Can you please move on to the next slide? Sorry, we are Dolphin Coast. You go to the next slide. We are Dolphin Coast, and we are representing currently the Kwandakuza community, which totals about 230,000 people of the 650,000 that are in the Alembe district. Next slide, please. 38% of our community are under the age of 20 and are the most vulnerable to the air pollution that is everywhere. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The biggest problem that we have is for years we've been complaining about these odors and little, if nothing, is done. The community, with the help of the expertise of other NGOs and the finances supplied by such NGOs, have went out and took out readings where we found benzene at 62 micrograms per cubic meter on 2 separate occasions. This is 12 times higher than the national ambient air quality standards. As far as we are concerned, this is a breach of both concentration and frequency. Next slide, please. As far as the community is concerned, the landfill site is in breach of its license. Clause 5, Clause 8, Clause 9. I'm not going to specify it, and all of these notes have been sent on and can be posted to all participants. Next slide, please. As we have heard from the Blackburn community and from other communities, there are terrifying social injustices that have been committed. What hasn't been explained about the UPL disaster. UPL was fined in Delhi 20 million rand for flouting environmental laws for decades. They pitch in South Africa and hallelujah, they're up and running. And there is the consequence of their action. 4,850 tons of materials have been moved from Mhlongo Rocks to Kwandakuza, a privileged environment, to an underprivileged, underrepresented Kwandakuza. DCLM has confirmed that it has received the toxins. And those toxins are arsenic, atrazine, and bromoxynil. We all know from reading a good crime novel that arsenic is fatal. But what most people don't know is that the 2 other toxins have been banned in several countries and because they cause birth defects and cancer. Move on, please. Landfills are forever. It raises a number of questions. What else is in the landfill site? How is it that UPL operated without the appropriate licenses? And also the miscommunication that we've had even in this meeting with the reports. Why should Kwandakuza live with UPL's blatant flouting of the South African laws? Why are vulnerable, affected communities sacrificed to big business? Why are those 2 toxins, which are known banned carcinogenic toxins, still being used in South Africa? Why are repeated environmental offenders let off with a slap on the wrist? Pass on, please. The community that we represent are faced with stark realities. There are more than 20 schools and children homes within 6 kilometers of the hazardous toxic waste landfill site. There is a growing lack of trust between all parties involved: government, local authorities, polluter surveys versus those presented by the communities. And also, over and above this, there are no operational air pollution monitoring stations on the North Coast. Next slide, please. What are we going to face in the future? Land fires are a when, not a if. They are a daily occurrence everywhere in the world. There's over 8,000 in any year, causing damage from 45 to 120 million of the estimates. Fires happen in the usual life cycle of any landfill site. Umsunduzi fire, which is the picture on the left hand there, raged out of control for 5 days in 2019. The top picture is the Shongweni fire. When the fire happens at DCLM, what is going to be released out of it? We know some of the chemicals in there, but we have no idea what the next load, and there is a very strong possibility that the dismantling of the engine site and the decommissioning of it, those toxins are most likely to land up in Quadricuza. Next slide, please. Leachate, a very well-known problem for all land sites. Why are landfill sites even contemplated in South Africa, in KZN, when we have the highest rainfall in the country? These landfill sites should be nowhere near KwaZulu-Natal. Not because we want to shift the stuff away, because the rain compounds the problem. Next slide, please. We also attend countless meetings, and the first thing we hear is Sherry's lyrics. It wasn't me. In attending these meetings, the communities are baffled and befuddled by complication, contradiction, and concealment and other tactics used by the polluters. They are well versed in the game. They lie with a straight face and barely go through the motions and tick off the requirements in a substandard set of regulations that are attached to their licenses. We need better control. They are not properly monitored, nor are they held accountable. DCLM had a leachate spillage. If you go and read the court case, it was appalling, the fine that was issued. It is a criminal act against the community and the environment. There should be harsher fines. The community believes that the monitoring standards are hopelessly inadequate. The NGOs and all stakeholders should be setting, and the NGOs should have more say in acceptable benchmarks. There is no third-party independent data which may substantiate any particular side of the story, because what we face is he said, and my scientist versus your scientist games, and we reach no conclusion, no resolution, and the communities suffer. We play these games for months and years. Cato Ridge, 60 years against Asaman, 30 years against Thor Chemicals. Durban South Community, 30 years against the refineries, and we are nowhere closer to a resolution. We need more urgent action, and the communities need to see results. They need prosecutions. Next slide, please. There are solutions. We understand that government and local municipalities have lack of capacity and resources. Modern equipment today, at less than 250,000 Rand, can do the job that some of these 2 and 5 million stations up and down the coast are costing. The equipment provides fully integrated, continuous live monitoring that I have witnessed on site, on the web page, available to everybody to watch all day, every day, if they so choose. The contaminant little pictures go from green to red depending on the severity of the thing. Live. We can then identify who it is. Every single known polluter, the landfill sites, the toxic manufacturers should all be obliged to put up at least 4 of these stations, north, south, east, and west of them, so that we can monitor them and have full transparency. KwaNokuza community should urgently be allocated the R1 million required to set up the first of these 4 to monitor this toxic waste site. We know that the UPL chemicals are there. We know there's a whole lot of other chemicals in there. We will live, and our community will live with this forever. The community also believes that that landfill site license should never have been granted and should definitely not be renewed. According to their own website, they have 49 hectares and 20 million cubic meters of storage space with a lifespan of 60 years. Can you imagine what our community is going to face? Blackburn is already suffering. South Durban is suffering, and we're going to inherit the engine rubbish. How much of the stuff is going to come from Cato Ridge and dumped in KwaNokuza? These landfill sites are a bigger problem than a solution. Thank you for listening, Charlie.
Thank you so much, Paulo.
Pleasure.
For the insightful information. I think you've posed some challenging questions to us that we need to respond to as well. That reminds me to my opening remarks when I say that yourselves as NGOs at some point you are a crucial role player in terms of the research and the work that you do, that can also, the advocacy work that you do, that can also then enhance our oversight work. But having said that, you can mute your microphone so that I allow other colleagues who want to comment on your presentation, if there's any. We should have coupled your presentation with the other one. I think there was a communication breakdown to that effect. I hope next time. Colleagues want to comment on the presentation as presented. But colleagues, the silence, I think it will mean he has just given you something. Oh, here are the two hands. Honorable Mudise followed by Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mudise. Honorable Mudise. Yes, Honorable Mudise, proceed. Okay. What's going on? We can see you now, but there's a sound. Finally, you're here. Okay.
No, I'm here, Chair. Thank you very much. No, the iPad is now left at 3%. So I had to use the iPhone, the phone.
Oh, that's why we're able to see you now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, Chair, we welcome this presentation. The problem is today, and why today? because once you accept that this presentation is made today and you accept it today, it means that the problem started recently. And I have a problem with that. And we did not have to hear it, Comrade Chair, from the visitors. We had to hear it from those that we work with and that we supervise and oversee. Seated where I am, I'm seated in an asbestos house, which cannot be extremely disassociated from benzene. But that was just a preface, Comrade Chair, Honorable Chair. Now, this presentation that we have just received, in the main, is question-based, and is question-based to the department than it is solution-orientated. And I think the people who are well-positioned and best located to respond are the department. But again, I must hasten to say that there's a mention of Ilembe, which I take is a municipality there in Natal, which in my view must explain to us and it is my view and my considered view that they must know that we will recommend to the minister that this institution must close down. And they must convince us why we shouldn't. And should the minister fail to do it, she must explain to us why she's not going to do it. And the department. For a longest of time, Honorable Chairperson, we have been seen as some toothless portfolio committee. We have failed our people for a longest of time. We have come here like some celebrities to take pictures in Cape Town and enjoy some benefits of flying up and down Gauteng, Cape Town, Natal, whatever else. That must come to an end. There can never be, it can never be that there's an allocation of about 20 million that has been spent and there are no repercussions. I mean, where are we, CP? But before we arrive at that determination, were these allegations reported to the department? If indeed they were, what were the actions taken by the department? The issue of the UPL license, we raised it when we did oversight to KwaZulu-Natal. How far are we in terms of consequence management on UPL? It can't be that our environment is polluted, our people are suffering from a number of illnesses, etc., etc., and there's no action. It's been a while, it's been long, in fact, not a while. How far is the department in terms of action in some of the recommendations that we made? Because the oversight report must be adopted by Parliament, and Parliament adopted it. But how far are we in terms of implementing the resolutions of the Portfolio Committee? The issue of the license, quite frankly, Honorable Chair, arises again. This is the issue that we had raised before as a Portfolio Committee. So it cannot be that we sound like a broken record. Every time we raise the same issue, and nothing is done about it, it means we're taken for granted. It means that some people in the department think they smell nicer than us, and that thing is unacceptable. We're as good as useless. By the time we leave here as members of parliament, the people of KwaZulu-Natal will be suffering the same fate. And to me, that's unacceptable. And I feel that outside these stakeholders of KwaZulu-Natal, we must have a discussion where we get a comprehensive response from the department on how far have they intervened on issues of engine, on issues of UPL, etc., etc., insofar as KwaZulu-Natal is concerned, because KwaZulu-Natal has become a center of problems of this portfolio committee. Of course, we take full cognizance of the existence of other departments within parliament and government in general. But we are not getting a sense of whether we're making progress or we're going back, insofar as the issues of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, South, Durban South, whatever, are concerned. The department is, and we must tell them now, so that we are not seen to be outshining them, so that we are not seen to be speaking in their absence and gossiping about them. The department must perform its functions. Let them do what they are employed to do. And if they fail to do that, we must tell the minister that we will recommend to the president that herself must be removed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's true. What then the camera was working. Honorable Mbad. Honorable Mbad.
I want to open. Thank you, Chair. I want to open my camera because I'll be cut off. But let me just briefly. I'm not protecting the department here, but you must know that there are laws, the acts, pieces of legislation that are being followed before you classified a landfill site. And the landfill sites are being classified according to GHS, yeah, SANS 10234. I always say, Chair, we need to have these pieces of legislation so that we go through it and we read it and we understand it. Because I take it that there is no landfill site, especially a hazardous landfill site. They are very scarce in South Africa. There are very few because of the limit of their license. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the department, but I'm saying the truth, that there will be no hazardous license, hazardous landfill site, which is classified as, what is it, A-type, a landfill site without the license. And if there is no license, then the minister must account with how did it happen that that landfill site is there without a landfill site, a proper license. Because the classification is done within 90 days. And there must be a safety data sheet that must be submitted. I understand the issue of transparency, but I think you'll understand me better, Chair, if you go back to the legislation. There is a criteria that the department uses on the landfill acceptance criteria. There is type 0, which is very high risk, where no disposal is allowed. There is type 1, which is high risk, where disposal only allowed at a landfill with a class A or HH containment barrier design. Then there's type 2, there's type 3, but I will end in this one, the type 1, the high risk. Because, or the type 2 is moderate risk. Disposal only allowed at a landfill site with class B, which is they are being classified. And it's very fortunate that we went there. But unfortunate, Michelle was there. Unfortunate, the staff from Parliament, they disturbed some of us, our oversight visit. We couldn't go to the landfill site. It was myself, the chair, Honorable Weber and Honorable Gancho, because they changed our bookings, because I wanted to see the landfill site. How does it look like? Because if the landfill site is being planned, there's also signatures that are requested, that are required. And I will ask the department, Michelle, especially because she was with us, and I know she's an expert in this, to explain to us, because sometimes we will be caught off guard as the PC when things are presented to us and we don't have the necessary knowledge of them. I take it that I'm one of the fortunate, because I know these things because of my background. But there is also the other one here in Joburg. If you have time, if you're around Gauteng, I can arrange that we go and see it. And then they explain to us, then we understand. And then also the department must take us through on the issue of the hazardous landfill site, how they work. You don't just open a hazardous landfill site like that. If it did happen, then the minister must be charged. If it did happen. But I don't think, I'm talking now as a professional, I don't think it is possible. They are very strict. And we need to go back to the NEMA, the SANS, like SANS 10, 2, 3, 4. I think I have them. I must go and grab them in my garage and look at them. We need to get the proper legislation, Chair, and we ask Michelle to take us through on what things are, what are the requirements, because they are requirements, and there's pieces of legislation that you must follow. And there's no way, it's not like an ordinary landfill site here. We are talking about a hazardous class A landfill site. And all waste that goes there must be treated before it goes to the landfill site. It must be treated. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then I must go and get my school fees back. But now I'm talking as a professional. If the community is saying that we must, I'm proposing we get the thorough investigation on this thing of the landfill site, and then we take a decision after we are fully briefed of this. Otherwise, we will say we close the landfill site, yet we as the portfolio committee, we are contradicting ourselves. Let's first go back, get the necessary legislation, pieces of legislation. Chair, If you're around Gauteng, we can go. There's one in Gauteng. We go there and we study. We follow up what is happening. In Durban, I don't mind to fly to Durban. Then we go with those who are in Durban, and we go and get the, because I can't talk to the DCLM, because I didn't go to the site. I never went to the site. But there are things that are needed. There are monitoring and evaluation that are needed on a daily basis. And you can't continue running the site if you are not complying, because we are taking that site as a very hazardous landfill site. I will pause there.
Okay. Mongani and Paulo, before I allow the department to comment, we need to come. We've already exceeded our time with 1 hour, 36 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for me, it's just to add one thing on Paulo's presentation. I fully agree with the honorable parliamentarians on the comments that they've just made. I think the other important thing, Chair, is that the issue of not having communities not having a seat in the landfill site monitoring committee, because we feel by law it's legislated that the community needs to be part of the a landfill site monitoring committee that sits at least twice a year, every 6 months. And we do not see that with DCLM. So that on its own it's an indication that there is no transparency, there is no information sharing, and yet a community bear the brunt of chemicals emanating from the plants. So we feel that as our last option as the portfolio committee, we feel that the departments that are responsible to oversee such landfill sites as these kind of landfill sites that are Class A, as Honorable has rightfully said, we see that there's a lack of oversight from those departments, and we feel that they should be held accountable, because communities should be accessing information, and these such landfill sites should not be considered whenever they need to renew their licenses, because we know for a fact that information is hidden, information is classified, and it's not all the information that is in the public domain. So we feel that they should not be allowed to renew their license, and they should be shut. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then can I allow Paulo to say something before I allow the department to comment on this? Mongani, mute your microphone.
Yes, Chair.
Mongani, can you mute your microphone, please? Paulo?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. I am not saying that the DCLM site is an unlicensed site. The references to the non-licensing was about UPR. DCLM is a licensed Class A landfill site. And coincidentally, the shutdown Shongweni one, a Class A landfill site. Of 8 available in the country, 2 of them are in the highest rainfall areas. They should never be in Natal. They should have never been licensed. The conditions and the legislation is not adequate enough. It is failing the communities. If you go onto Google, you will see that in a very short space of time, DCLM faced a major crisis with water. The staff were prosecuted and they got a 20,000 Rand fine. It's an insult. It's an insult to the communities, because the communities will live with the toxics and the poisoning for years and years, while the perpetrators walk off. unscathed. These landfill sites are run by sophisticated, profit-making enterprises that do not care at all about the communities. Profit before life, bottom line. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Then under the circumstances, can we allow the department to comment on the issues that's raised? Then we'll be heading towards closure.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Yeah, there's no any other end of the colleagues.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I agree with Honourable Mbata that we need to just give context and to clarify the issue regarding DCLM. And Michelle Govender is the expert in that particular area as the Chief Director responsible for this area of work. If I could please allow her to elaborate further regarding that issue. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, again. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's start right from the beginning. So I think Paulo's clarified what he was saying in terms of the licensing aspect so that we don't confuse it. And I also understood him to be referring to the UPL matter and not necessarily the DCLM site. So the DCLM site has been in existence for quite a few years. I don't have the exact details, but it started off as a general landfill site or a non-hazardous landfill site. But with the demand for a disposal site within KZN, they applied for in and around I think it was about 2012, 2013 to convert that site to a Class A site. So there were stringent regulatory processes that were followed in order for the department to make the decision to issue them the license. And they operated for many, many years in full compliance. Excuse me. And yes, we hear what the community is saying. We are not ignoring what the community is saying. And the community, I'm just a bit worried about why Bongani, indicates that he's not aware of the monitoring committee, but that's something I'll address with the facility. There was a monitoring committee held on the 24th of November, and the community was involved, actively involved in this monitoring committee, and also the audit report, the external audit report for the facility is presented by the auditor and is interrogated by the community. So that is something that I will take forward and I will address. Now, when it comes to, and I'm just going to deal with this as the questions came in. So one, there is a license and they are operating. Two, Paulo is right. They are operating in a high rainfall area. And I think as a country as well, we have realized that if you in your mind, cut a line straight down the center of the country, on the east, we are going to get, because of climate change issues, we are going to get a heavier rainfall than in the west of the country. However, from a practical point of view, we need landfill sites in the country. And as Paula has rightfully indicated, we only have 8 of these highly hazardous or Class A sites across the country. There are measures in place to ensure that these facilities actually deal with the water that's coming into the site. They operate off a water use license issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation, which basically indicates exactly what needs to happen on site and to divert as much water off the site as possible. The issue raised in terms of monitoring and air quality equipment, that is something that we have also raised with the department, because As Honorable Modise indicated, we need to indicate, did we receive complaints? I have been, over the last a few months, I've been asked to join the Community Watch Waste WhatsApp group, so that I'm aware of where the complaints are coming from and try to assess exactly what is going on the site. So I'm very well aware of the complaints, and we have been addressing it. So when the odor complaints started, we went into the facility as a department and we looked at what the issue is. And there is a lot of leachate that is being generated off the landfill site because of the high rainfall area that it is in. And we then instructed the facility to put in measures to deal with the odors that came out of the leachate itself. And leachate is just a concoction of really a mixture of water going through the landfill and picking up organics and other products or waste products along the way, and it ends up in a watery kind of solution or a sludgy kind of solution. The facility has been instructed to cover the leachate dams, which they are in the process of doing. This is the feedback we got on the meeting of the 24th. And they even showed us the type of design that they will be using. So they are procuring it. It's unfortunate that within South Africa, we do not make coverings of that nature, and they are getting that. But prior to obtaining a cover for the leachate dam, we also instructed them to pre-treat the leachate that's coming off the site. So basically, it's a step, polishing it, removing all of the sludges in it before it goes through their what we call a VSEP plant or a reverse osmosis plant, where they remove a lot of the contaminants and the water that's comes out at the end of the process is of a quality that can be released directly into the natural environment. So these are steps that we have pushed the facility to take to ensure that they comply with those conditions that Paulo raised in terms of nuisance, in terms of odors. The issue with Ilembe, Honorable Modise, we have been trying to also engage with Ilembe to sort out their monitoring equipment, but that is from the government side. But we've also pushed DCLM to obtain their own monitors. But what needs to happen before the monitors can be installed is that there needs to be what we call an airshed study. So they've got to look at wind direction, wind speed, all of the topography of the land, etc., in order for them to know where's the best place to put the monitors so that they get the readings, or they can detect that whatever's coming off and what the monitor is capturing is actually coming from the site. So there is that process that is underway. I've been told that the airshed report would be ready within the next 3 to 5 months. And the DCLM is working with the air quality officer in the Ilembe district municipality. So this is being done so that they can also, they can account for what's coming off their site. There are instances right now where 20 kilometers away from DCLM, there are odors. Right now, those cannot fully be seen to be coming from DCLMs because there are other sources between DCLM and those outlying areas. And that's why we want those monitoring points to be put up as a matter of urgency so that these areas are monitored. And it's also important for us to understand when the complaints are coming in so that we can understand if there's an odorous load or of waste that has come in so we can deal with it. In terms of just closure of the site and the recommendation of the closure of the site, I think that that is something that you can recommend. It's not my place to tell you not to, but I think we also have to be realistic in terms of what we need as a country. If we continue generating highly hazardous waste and we don't have a place to put it, it's going to end up in our rivers and in our oceans, and it's going to be like what's happening with the UPL issue. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are developing as a nation, and in that development process, we generate some highly hazardous waste. But what the department is doing, and I'm just going to digress for a couple of minutes here, but what the department is doing is putting other measures in place, like what Honorable Mbata raised in the earlier session about extended producer responsibility, push the producers to be responsible for their product post-consumer use. So those are the things. We've got restrictions in place as well, where there are certain waste streams that are not allowed onto landfill. It's not just the type 0 that Honorable Mbata was referring to, but it's a number of waste streams like electronic waste, which is not allowed to go into landfill. There are high calorific wastes, garden refuse, we're reducing that. So there's organic wastes, and the organic wastes mixing with some other waste which causes the odor to generate, because in the organic waste fraction, you've got all the bacteria that act on the waste and hence the odors. So the separation of those two components is something that we're also looking at as a department to resolve the problem, because this is where the actual problem lies, and the waste needs to be brought into a pH level which is neutral to try and inactivate those bacteria. So this is what we're doing. In terms of the, I accept what Honorable Mbata is saying, that we can take you through processes and tell you exactly how we consider, these applications that come in. What is the information? What is it that they need to comply with? Because it's a myriad of pieces of legislation. They have to classify their waste. They have to produce that to us. They have to share with us where their waste is coming from, etc. And so that is something we can definitely arrange, Honorable Mbata, in terms of giving the portfolio committee, and I really would like that opportunity, give the portfolio a little bit more information so that when these questions come up, it places you in a better position. So those are the issues that have been raised that I wanted to address. But this is not the end of it, and we continuously put pressure on not just DCLM, but all of the landfill sites that are Class A, so that because of the responsibility they undertake or they take upon themselves to ensure that the waste is treated and disposed of in a way that is not going to affect the people. Honorable Chair, I think I would stop there unless I have missed something out, and if I can be pointed in that direction, then I will address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I should think that we'll come to the end of our meeting. It's 11, colleagues. I think we need to call it a day. But I'll say on these issues that Michelle has said that she'll address that, she's going to look at that. And then on the other matters, we have agreed that Mr. Walters will meet with the other 3 colleagues. Then these are the matters that are ongoing. We'll continue to follow them up. Then I also want to thank you, you from the 2 NGOs, Groundwork and the Durban South Alliance. I want to thank you for taking time to come and share this information with us. On our own, we can't do these things. That's why the outside voice becomes very crucial and critical all the time. We'll continue to engage with you as Honorable Mbata has proposed that certain things as members, whenever we are, we must find time during our constituency period and free time than to await the approved oversight visit. These are some of the things, and when we move around, we can see then continue to engage. So I want to thank all of you. And then as I close, this is not a fault-finding mission. We shouldn't be accused of such. We are trying to say, let us all find meaningful solutions to the plight of our people. Because for us as public representatives, unfortunately, ours is to represent the electorate. So I should think even when people consider coming to Parliament, we know that this is your last hope. So as and when matters are raised with us as members of Parliament, we have got the responsibility to make sure that we attend to the issues that our communities are raising. We must also remember our mandate to ensure that those rights enshrined in sections 24 of the Constitution of our people are protected. And I think as public representative, we've got that responsibility. Having said that, let me thank the two NGOs and then also thank the team led by Vanessa and the team from the department, also to thank the parliamentary support staff that has stayed with us here, both from the communication side and our own support staff. And also to thank you, dear colleagues. You are so amazing. I know if I don't stop you, you can continue on and on. But I can see the time now is almost 23 hours, so we need to end it here. Having said that, all of you, you must enjoy your evening. These matters are ongoing. We'll engage with them in the next year until we find an amicable solution to all these issues. Thank you so much, colleagues. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good night.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good night.
Good night.
Good
night.
Rodi Wangamanda.
Hey, who's saying Rodi Wangamanda now? Who's saying that? Is it you?
It's me, Chairperson Rodi Wangamanda.
Good night.
Dimatekwan.
Lokobera Swabudi. Kalina.
Swabudi, Chair.
Lizon.
Recording stopped.